related to the financials. So ito po yung siya yung magda-drive na magpasok no ng ating financial needs association. So at the same way, siya yung authorized to represent on our behalf in terms of mga external linkages no to represent the institute. Next. Sa technical affairs naman, of course, are all related to technical matters and the supervision of the, kadalasan dito yung lahat ng mga ad hoc and mga standing committees, sa kanya po yan. And all other responsibility na may assign sa kanya by the board or by the national president. Now, the National Secretary, basically in charge of all correspondence, no? Siya to take care of the records ng institute. Kung makikita natin, there's quite a lot of detailed and specific duties ng ating National Secretary. So siya rin din po yung laging kasama no, ng ating National President. Next. National Treasurer, basically to oversee, to control, protect the books of account, even pagdating sa mga collections, payments, and everything related sa financials, yung mga submission, yung mga sa BIR, monitoring yung mga financials ng chapters natin. Basically, it's the duty of the National Treasurer. And sa National Auditor naman, we're very much familiar no yung conducting and auditing of the financial status no sa mga chapter level, but dito sinasabi na kailangan din tingnan no yung efficiency and effectiveness of the internal process. So ito minsan na nakakalimutan natin no na kailangan how the institute implement ng mga plans and program. Is that efficient? Is that kulang? And all that, no? Or kung out of 10, ilan ang nagagawa? Or what's the experience? That should be part of the duties and responsibilities of the National Auditor. Then come up with a final report and give a recommendation to the board. So hindi lamang po sa financial yan. Lahat po ng implementation ng program kailangan makita ng National Auditor. And he is the one qualifying, evaluating kung may kailangan improvement, or kailangan alisin, or kailangan baguhin. Okay, next slide. So sa mga regional governors, basically the same, no? But sinasabi lang dito that siya yung ating executive officers, no? Managing all the affairs ng chapters sa kanyang region. So he's the head of the region representing, of course, kung may mga concern dyan, problem, bago idalhin yan sa Board of Governors. Next slide. Now dito sa accountabilities, tingnan din natin, no? So hindi lang yan applicable dun sa mga national officers, but of course sa self natin as members of the institute or even sa chapter that under section 9 that no income shall inure to the benefit of any officer or trustee. So dapat wala talaga siya, no? That no income shall be given to the benefit of any members, that no officer shall decide on matters affecting security of the employment. So, ito po yung mga mabibigat na pwede po natin tingnan sa ating mga officers. That all the officers of the institute shall be subjected for clearance at the end of the term. So, sometimes may mga advances, sometimes may mga kailangan silang i-hand over no, sa mga financials and other things. Itong mga clearances o itong process na to, kailangan yun ma-observe. Kasi pag hindi, then they are accountable for that doing. Next slide. Under section 12, so grounds and removal from the office. So ito naman, just sharing. Very, but may mahabang process dyan kapag ipina-implement. But just sharing that with you, na ito po yung mga grounds and removal from the office kapag ikaw ay officer. Culpable violations of the CBL. So any violations do sa CBL, Yan, grounds po for removal from the office. Yung bribery. And we also have that graft and corruption na nangyayari, no? Pero I just don't know kung may mga records na tayo dito sa institute. Misappropriation of funds. So this one, very critical itong mga part na to. Engaging business with the institute directly or indirectly. So as an officer, talagang hindi ka po pwede yung mga ganitong activity. Kung ikaw naman, sinasabi rito, no, conviction of administrative and criminal cases. So once na may ma-decide na, then na mga outside your, or you have the criminal cases, then that's going to be a grounds of removal from office. Yung 7 naman, this is very subjective, no, that the Board of Governors ang magdi-determine yan. Okay, so moving on Article 8, election of the Board of Governors. So ito naman mga key information lang yan to the members, no? For related on the election, under 1.1, section 1.1, that less than 150 days prior to the annual National Convention. So 150 days, that's 5 months, di ba? The National Nominating Committee, 5 members composed of the former national presidents and the incumbent national president. Dapat magko-convene na siya to come up with a National Nominating Committee. So ito ginawa naman yan earlier, no, na approved by the board. So itong process na to ginagawa na to ngayon, no, as member of the National Nominating Committee, yung process natin qualifying, screening para sa mga tatakbong candidates for the governor at large, tumatakbo na po yan. That under 1.2, not less than 120 days prior to the annual National Convention. So that's 4 months. Next slide. So dito naman, saying that dapat meron tayong ELECOM, no? So yung election committee, wherein yung kanyang duties and responsibilities is, of course, to prepare all the list of the candidates, supervise the production ng kanyang ballot. So dati to, kasi hindi, ano pa tayo noon, no? Yung manual. But in this time, we are now electronic voting na. I supervise the mailing, ballots and candidate profile. So they are the one in charge for that. Decides of any electoral protest. So sila lamang ang authorized to decide kasi very independent body yan. And come up with, once matapos na lang yung isang process, at di come up with a winning candidate, sila lamang ang authorized to proclaim ng mga winning candidates. Once na ma-proclaim, sila na yung susunod nating Board of Governors. Next slide. So kasama din po yan, no, na magkakaroon din ng regional nominating committee. So the regional nominating committee, so ito naman sinasabi, no, na may mga process din siya that the regional nominating committee, sila din yung magka-come up ng process at the regional level, sila naman din yung mag-i-endorse as representative naman ng mga tatakbong regional governors. Next. So, pagdating sa Board of Canvassers, yan, may mga members natin, no? So, representing members of the Board of Canvassers, representing from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. So, dapat meron tayo niyan that is to be present during the counting ng mga ballots. So, without that, hindi po tayo pwedeng mag-proceed. So, para po ito maging open, no? That really yung process ng counting election natin is open to the public. So duman siya tamang process. Next slides. So under section 13, very critical lang naman to section 4, no, yung voting provision. So ito lang yung mga hindi natin makakasama, no. Members of the institute who are declared as dues delinquent, lacking in payment of dues, and comprehended as members of not good standing and reputation. So sila po yung mawawalan ng karapatan na exercise ng kanilang boto. So this is a good information to all of us. Okay, so assumption of the office, meron lamang tayong 1 year na magsiserve as officer or member of the board. At hindi na pwedeng ulitin, of course. So, meetings and conventions, so ito na yung mga opportunity, no? That meron tayong annual national convention, no? So, that is during the ANC. So, may mga general membership meeting din tayo on the mid-year and during ANC. Now, itong mga special meetings, kung kinakailangan, ipinapatawag din yan. No? So, under Section 3, special meetings of the Institute may be called by the Board of Governors as the need arises. So, because there are conditions na talagang kailangan magkaroon ng a special meeting. So, under Section 2 naman, tingnan natin, general membership meeting shall be held at least twice a year. So ito yung mga national activity, no? This is during the May, which is the mid-year, and yung annual natin during the November, every November of the year. Next. Sa meetings and conventions, part of the monthly meetings, ito yung binabanggit kanina, no? This is a monthly meetings of the board. So starting January up to December, meron silang one board meeting, no, regular meeting na kinakandak yan sa during regional conference, or some of them they can decide kung saan nila ikakandak yung mga board meetings. Now sa communication, sa ngayon, no, all electronic means na yung sending communications to all the meetings, even during the general membership meetings, no, invitations during mid-year, invitations during ANC, invitations on the elections, lahat yan puro electronic media na. Next slide. So under Section 6, quorum, no? So dito, we need 50 voting members para magkaroon po tayo ng quorum during the ANC or during the mid-year. So yan po yung numbers na kapag magkakaroon tayo ng general membership meeting must be satisfied. And under Section 8, yung call for meetings, itong Section 8, the call for regular meeting or special meetings of the board. So may mga special meetings to referring to the previous slide, no? Na kailangan mayroon pang 1 week notice, no, to all the members of the board na magkakaroon kayo ng mga special meeting. So this is because of the availability of the members of the board, especially kung may mga duty, may mga trabaho, o may mga family affairs sila. Kaya very important to have that enough time for the notice na ma-advise sila. Okay, so Article 15, yung chapters and regions. So dito naman, a very basic, we have the chapters operation manual na available sa ating mga chapter level. Very detailed na po ito. But sinasabi lang sa atin, no, sharing that not less than 20 members, no? Pwede na tayong magkaroon ng chapters. So, kumbaga, masasatisfy na natin yan. There are chapters na sobrang ng taas, sobrang dami. There are chapters na mga malalayo, no? So, may problema sa geographic location. Sometimes pag may mga meetings, sometimes pag may mga regional conference, malayo sobra yung travel. Kaya yung iba, ini-split na magkakalapit. So ito yung mga tinitingnan natin, no, na mga concern in coming up with creation of the chapters. So same thing with the regions. So dito naman, there are details, no. This is good for the chapter officers and regional governors na may mga creations ng chapter, may mga creations ng region, but yung specific requirements and procedures, meron po tayong available informations about it para you will be guided kung paano siya ginagawa. Okay, as mentioned earlier, on the management of the chapter, the same thing, no? Managing in the national level and the chapter is basically the same. Sa chapter level, on the as board of director, the same lang, kaya lang this is on the chapter level. So ganun din, sa chapter naman, yung mga chapter officers, basically the same functions. Yung present kanina sa national level. Next. Okay, so we'll just leave this for you to look at the document, no? Just run through yourselves in terms of the chapter officers kasi very specific naman yung mga duties and responsibilities ng ating mga chapter officers. So self-explanatory na lamang yung mga naipipresent dito. Next. So sa Manual of Operations, so under Article 16, yung Manual of Operations, ito naman yung ating isa sa pinaka-importanting document, no? That there shall be a Manual of Operations that shall serve as the information and guidance of the Institute. So tayo sa mga chapter level, ito yung from time to time tingnan natin, no? Other than the CBL, maganda rin na i-run through natin for you to be able to understand paano, ano yung structure, paano yung mga procedure, paano yung organizational structure and running the chapter. So ito po yung magandang guidance, no? The various groups and committees in the organization related to plans and program envisioned for the furtherance of the organization. So tingnan po natin yan, maganda siyang tingnan. And I'll guess this is under review para na rin sa amendments or improvement of the Manual of Operations to include yung mga bagong mga best practices ngayon, no, na ginagawa natin. And new inputs of course na ipipresent ng members of the board. Under Section 2 ng Article 16, ito yung requirements on the Code of Good Governance, no? Ayan, no, that serves as guidance for the selection and nominations of IAE officers. So, as member of the National Nominating Committee, ito talaga yung tinitingnan, no? It's not really easy to qualify, no, to evaluate itong magkaroon ka ng mga candidates, no, for the members of the Board of Governors o yung ating governor at large kasi very strict yung compliance dyan ng Code of Good Governance, especially on the requirements and the rules 1 to 12 or 1 to 8, something like that. Next. So amendments, of course, yung amendments dito sa ating CBL, everyone has the right, no, or privilege to send your proposal to the board, no? Ano yung mga inputs nyo, ano yung mga suggestion nyo para mapag-aralan ng committee. Then ito po yung process na how to approve yung or qualify yung mga amendments sa bylaws natin. So lahat yan dadaan sa proseso hanggang sa mara-ratify and ma-approve, no, during the annual national convention. So these are just information for your consumption. Next, parliamentary rules under Article 19. So ito lang. I try to learn or practice as well, no? Lalo na yung sa mga meetings natin, committee, chapter level, region level, no, yung Robert's Rules of Order. So kasi from time to time ito talaga yung ating ginagamit, no, to how to manage properly, how to organize the meeting. So these are the things na maging familiar kayo diyan. Kaya yung training in managing the meeting at the chapter level using the Robert's Rule is magandang ano po yan, practice or learning sa mga officers po natin. Next. So this one, Article 20 is basically on the dissolution lang. No? So there's no much important of this, but for the information, kailangan po natin ng 3/4 votes, no, of the general membership kung pag-uusapan na yung dissolution ng institute. Okay? So there's no much more critical on the CBL kasi this, ano lang yan, corporate seal, and ito yung sa logo natin, no? Lahat naman dyan explicitly mentioned. So because of the time constraint, so we have to move faster to the next speaker. Okay? With that, I would like to say thank you everyone for listening. No, I hope you got a new information, something to inspire with you. Visit our website, request all the references sa national office, and you may send your concerns or questions related to this. And rest assured that the committee under my leadership is working, no? Kumbaga, lahat yan kinoconsider natin in terms of improvement of our CBL as well as yung moving forward on the new electrical engineering law. So with that, I thank you everyone. No, once again, we don't have much time to come up with some question and answer. Thanks a lot.
Sound. Ayan, palakpakan po natin muli, Engineer Rodrigo T. Pecolera. Maraming salamat po, sir, for updating us with the IIEE Constitution and Bylaws. And with that, we would like to call on, yes, sir, would like to invite you po sa harap at the center. Of course, we have the host chapter Vice President Internal, Engineer Alexandra A. Crespo, together with one of the Board of Directors, Engineer Erin Daniel D. Talamera, to present our Certificate of Appreciation to Engineer Rodrigo T. Pecolera, PEE. Thank you so much, sir, for your time, valuable insights, and expertise shared as resource speaker on the topic about updates on IIEE Constitution and Bylaws during the 8th IIEE Metro Manila Regional Conference Hybrid Edition with the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, held on August 4 to 6, 2022, given the 6th day of August 2022 here at Novotel, Manila. Signed, our officers. Ayan. So guys, are you ready for our next technical topic? We're going to discuss first energy management and solutions. So, to introduce our speaker, he is a graduate of University of the Philippines, Diliman, with a bachelor's degree in sports science. Currently, he is taking his Master of Business Administration Studies at Ateneo Graduate School of Business. He previously worked as Area Sales Executive at Petron Corporation, and currently as Business Development Officer at First Gen Pi Energy Incorporated, with experience in retail electricity, transformer solutions, remote energy monitoring systems, and solar panel rooftop solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Miguel Francisco.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. I hope you're having a good day. This is Miguel Francisco, and I represent First Gen and the whole of First Philippine Holdings. As we all experienced, we faced challenges globally during COVID-19, and it has demanded both public and private sectors steep challenges, with resources and efforts redirected towards economic recovery and mitigation, while still in the middle of a public health emergency. We had to change the way we worked. And now that we are bouncing back from the pandemic, it is obvious that economic growth requires more electricity. All of these efforts, we all understand what is important: boosting economic growth and recovery from what has happened. To do this, there is a need to increase energy use because we all know that power is one of the most basic but important requirements for economic development. Most businesses rely on energy to operate, whether it be light, the use of our machinery, or the other normal things that we use, like the electric fans, the coolers, the air cons that run our businesses. Energy efficiency is the is the responsible use of power. It is the key to clean energy transition. Particularly in countries with strong population growth, efficiency can reduce energy demand and overall costs, while also facilitating the integration of variable renewable energy and reducing impacts on the wider energy system. So what we have to do is to maximize the breakthroughs on technology and science by pushing for improved energy efficiency. In 2019, the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act became a law in the Philippines. And last year, it was rolled out. It promotes energy efficiency, development of renewable energy, and sustainability. Sample compliances include having an energy monitoring system, sourcing your power from a renewable source, and installation of solar solutions, and conduction of energy audits. In the support of the Energy Conservation Act, FirstGen continue to find ways that will enable more consumers to participate and join our journey of decarbonization and regeneration through our energy solutions. We want to help businesses by providing a tailor-fit energy solution that complements their power demand and operations. By this, we mean that there are several ways to improve your businesses. We are leading the country's transformation towards a cleaner, decarbonized world by choosing to harness only clean and renewable energy. We are able to supply our end users and customers with power that is either low carbon or completely renewable. Our power portfolio no longer includes any coal-fired or diesel-fired power plants. Currently, we are able to provide for 19% of the nation's power requirement. We currently have 3,495 megawatts of capacity spread across our power plants located throughout the nation. We have our Burgos Wind and Solar Project, our Unified Leyte Power Plant in Leyte. It is geothermal powered. We also have our hydro and solar power plants spread throughout the Philippines. Through our sister company, Pi Energy, we are able to provide remote energy monitoring systems that are being used by our clients to have a real-time idea of what is happening in their facility in terms of power. Our remote energy monitoring system has several capabilities. One of the most notable ones is to monitor fluctuations. By monitoring fluctuations, you know when something is happening, and you could correct the issue and prevent breakage or loss. By breakage, I mean some fluctuations cause your machinery to break down, while breakdown of machineries cause losses in your business. To some of my customers, breakage of their machineries and fluctuations brought about by their power supply would cost them millions in terms of production. You can also improve your energy use. Know what happened, know when it happened. Our remote energy monitoring system has the capability to zoom in on specific timelines that would let you know what happened during the time that you have an issue in your manufacturing or your commercial facility. You could even set timelines between Monday to Friday, let's say 12 a.m. of Monday to 11:59 p.m. of Friday. Because during that week, you had several outages. You would know exactly what time those outages happened, and you could determine why it happened. You can gain inputs from the system and have an idea on what to address. It might just be old air cons being used within the facility. Another customer of mine uses their remote energy monitoring system to pinpoint which parts of their facility consume the most power and look for innovative ideas to correct or to lessen the consumption of these areas. And some of them found out that they are using old aircons to cool their facility. So what they did was to propose for budgets to change those aircons and lessen their energy consumption, thus improving their energy efficiency. And lastly, the remote energy monitoring system will initiate your compliance to the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act. So what exactly can it do for your facility? It can track your consumption, forecast your consumption, and as mentioned, spot fluctuations. It can analyze your power quality. It gives you traceability. As I've mentioned, know what happened, when it happened. With those things, you can build your programs. You could know when usually those fluctuations happen, or you can even improve your technology based on what you see with the remote energy monitoring system. You can also compare energy performance. You could look into how you performed in terms of energy this year, last year, this month, last month, or this specific week at the same time last year. Our remote energy monitoring system will allow you to proactively monitor more key electrical parameters. The ones on the left are the basic parameters that you see on your energy bill: your kilowatt demand, your kilowatt hour consumption, and your power factor. And you would see all of these when the bill comes. With the remote energy monitoring system, you will be able to see this real time, and you will be able to zoom in on what happened historically. To add to this, you will be able to look into parameters that are not being supplied by your electricity bill. You can check your voltage, your current, your frequency, your reactive power, and your harmonics. We have a proposal for a transition to a data-powered future, and it starts with a subscription. Through the subscription to our remote energy monitoring system, you will be relieved from the obligation to put in CapEx for a system. We will provide you with dashboard training, provision of reports, customization, and we can assist you in your compliance to RA 11285. What we want to do is to remove the burden of monitoring, of maintaining and investing for a remote energy monitoring system. We want you to focus on your business and just to use the system to work on your operations, to know what you can improve and further improve your energy efficiency. On the business side, we want you to gather your data, we want you to monitor your data, and of course, utilize that data. Some of the key stories that I've heard, or the success stories that I've heard from my clients, is that they use the remote energy monitoring system to forecast budget for their budget allocation of power. Come budget time, budget season, sorry, they would have an idea how much they should put aside for power and just implement some inflations to it. You can also correlate your energy consumption to your revenue. Know how much power you need to use to reach a certain revenue or to produce a certain number of units. Extend the life of your equipment. By knowing the fluctuations, by knowing your power quality, you will be able to help your machinery survive its lifetime. It could also be used in insurance claims. Some of your machinery might have insurance claims because the producers or the suppliers would guarantee that it would survive any fluctuation or corrections in your power quality. So you can use this data to show them, in case that you have an insurance claim, that your claim is correct and is valid. And lastly, we want you to create programs that are based on the data that the remote energy monitoring system provides you. Another capability of ours is to provide you with solar rooftop solutions to harness energy that is readily available, the irradiance of the sun. What are its key benefits? First is to minimize your energy loss. So avoid wasting the power that is readily available to you right on top of your roof. And of course, we want to provide you with savings. We provide flexible packages that will fit your current need and your current operations. We also want to help you lower your carbon footprint. Having a solar rooftop solution will add to your compliance to RA 11285, and at the same time, it will lower your overall carbon footprint in terms of your operations. We currently have 10.5 megawatts of solar rooftop solutions installed throughout the nation. As you can see, we would mount it in different areas. Roofs, on the ground, if you would notice, on the rooftop of a building, in between the wind farms. And just to highlight, one of our projects in Walter Mart, we mounted the solar panels in their parking to maximize the space and at the same time to use the technology of the rooftop of the parking lot. Because as we know, some of our rooftops are older in age and might not be able to take on the additional weight. So how do we exactly know if we are solar compatible? Usually, solar compatible customers match the solar productive hours of the sun, which is usually on 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Why did I mention this? Because later I will discuss the flexible packages that we provide because we don't use a battery. Our belief is just to displace the energy and not completely replace it. Later, let's dig deeper. 2, if your load requirement is consistent and your consumption is 7 days a week and steady on an annual basis without extended seasonal declines. Next is if you have adequate roof space and structural support. As mentioned, our team will take care of knowing if your rooftop or if your building or your facility can take on the additional weight of a solar rooftop solution. So how can it help your business? Having a solar rooftop solution can reduce your monthly electricity bill by about 10 to 15%. It can reduce your carbon footprint and requires little maintenance. It also has a long lifespan of 25 years. And it will definitely optimize the readily available resources, just as I've mentioned, the solar irradiance. I just want to discuss a bit more about the solar irradiance. It's not the heat, but it's the solar power that is directly hitting the panels. So it's our job also to take a look into what happens to your roof during the time of the day, saan pumapasok yung araw, anong oras po pinakamaaraw, and gaano kalaki yung size na pwede natin ilagay sa roof nyo to maximize yung pumapasok na araw or yung araw na tumatama sa roof. Additionally, it will also help you cool down your facilities. Because the solar panels will absorb the solar power coming from the sun, you will be able to cool down your systems. Possibly, your air cons, your chillers would work less because of a solar rooftop solution. And as I've mentioned, we have flexible packages for our solar. You could go for a power purchase agreement wherein there will be no upfront cost, you pay what you consume, and you pay on a kilowatt-hour basis. And usually, the contract will last for around 15 years, wherein we will take care of everything, and all you have to do is focus on your business. The beauty of this is the solar rooftop solution will have a life of 25 years. So after the 15th year, we will turn over the system to you so that you will be able to use the power completely and no longer pay your kilowatt hour rate with us. So you have an additional 10 years of just saving, 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 and using the system. We also have the outright purchase for those who want a more traditional package, but we would help you with milestone payments, defects on liability, and possible maintenance packages. And for the outright purchase, definitely there are simpler regulatory requirements. So in First Gen and First Philippine Holdings, we believe that you need a good partner. And we want to help you towards your decarbonized and regenerative future. Yes, we want you to be sustainable, but sustainability will only come up to a certain extent. What we want you to be is regenerative. Use what you get from your sustainability, use what you know from technology, use the power of your knowledge, and use the data to further improve your operations and further improve your energy efficiency. We want you to have a cycle of continuous improvement. So that's it for my presentation. Thank you very much for the opportunity and for listening.
Sir, thank you so very much, and please allow us to present to you this certificate of appreciation to be awarded by the host chapter Vice President Engineer Alexandra A. Crespo and one of the Board of Directors, Engineer Erin Daniel Talamera. Thank you so much, sir. The citation reads, IIEE of the Philippines Incorporated presents the Certificate of Appreciation to Mr. Miguel Francisco for his time, valuable insights, and expertise shared as technical presenter on the topic about energy management and solutions during the 8th IIEE Metro Manila Regional Conference Hybrid Edition. With the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, held on August 4 to 6, 2022. Once again, thank you so much po, Francisco. So while waiting po for our next speaker, guys, I'd like to remind everyone to please use our official hashtag for the regional conference. That is hashtag 1MMR whenever you post on social media. Once again, that is hashtag 1MMR. And later on, we are going to have a grand raffle draw. We'll be giving away exciting prizes. And after our technical sessions, we're also going to have our closing ceremony. Ayan. All right, so now to discuss about engineering, procurement, construction, EPC challenges, and suggested mitigation measure as applied to electrical works contracting, please welcome the President of AV Garcia Power Systems Corporation, no other than Engineer Adelino V. Garcia Jr., PEE. A big hand for him. are just experiencing some technical difficulties, but just a recap for today, we have discussed about the boon and bane of looping the Luzon Visayas grid, greenly new technology tools for electrical segment, also variable frequency drives, as well as the high voltage underground system. We also discussed about leveraging adaptability and flexibility of engineers in the workplace, a key to productivity. And our chairman of the IIEE Legislation and Legal Affairs Committee updated us with the IIEE Constitution and bylaws. We also just discussed about energy management and solutions. And after this session, we're going to have the EMAX2 air circuit breaker, as well as the overview of HUYU Product Explorer Series portfolio, and finally, how to start a construction firm for those who would like to start their own construction firms. Again, please use our official hashtag for this regional conference, that is hashtag 1MMR. And please don't forget to edit po yung inyong mga names on Zoom conference. Make sure na same yan sa ni-register niyo pong pangalan sa ating regional conference for us to verify if you're online, just in case mabunot po kayo sa ating raffle draw later. And make sure you are online, as well as our on-site attendees, make sure na nandito po kayo. Otherwise, ma-forfeit po ang ating premyo. And now, we are ready. Once again, this is the Engineering Procurement Construction Challenges and Suggested Mitigation Measure as applied to electrical works contracting by Engineer Adelino V. Garcia Jr., PEE.
Thank you. Thank you. Magandang hapon. And thank you for the invitation from Metro Manila chapters. I didn't realize na ang dami na palang chapter ng Metro Manila during our younger days, mag-isa lang. Okay. I hope this afternoon we can share with you some of our experiences in the past doing construction works, EPC basically, or engineering, procurement, and construction. And actually, this topic is the second phase or second part of a presentation we did last annual convention in 2021. And I don't know, probably it's been requested, somebody from the IIEE requested that I should do another series. And for the annual convention of 2022, mukhang may dagdag pa. Madadagdagan tong series dito. All right. So this afternoon, we hope to achieve let's see if it works right. The following. Well, mukhang atrasado. All right. Overview of an EPC contract, major risk factors and mitigations and requisites. The idea is to at least provide an overview of electrical engineers becoming entrepreneurs. Kasi maraming na-stuck sa career natin bilang electrical engineer. The objective is to be able to get out of that mold. And I hope that our model being engineers or electrical engineer, and now managing some businesses, we can share some of our experiences, especially in the electrical contracting industry. What's an EPC? It's an engineering, procurement, and construction. Procurement normally is the one being a general word to describe the supply of materials and other services that has to be put together in the construction stage. And of course, it's a series of activities where you have to design first, and from that design you develop your materials quantity and man hours and resource quantities, labor, equipment. And from there, you place your orders. If your EPC contract includes your major items, major equipments, that's part of it. If not, it can be a modified EPC where the client or owner or the employer will provide or will procure the major equipments. So it's a single, we call it now a single responsibility contracting scheme. Nasa iyo na yung design, nasa iyo na yung construction, nasa iyo na yung supply of materials. And that will end up when the equipment or the project the subject of the EPC contract has been turned over and operational. As you can see, what is an EPC contract? So let's define what is the EPC contract. It's a legal framework where the owner or employer binds the contractor the responsibility to engineer or design, procure or supply, and construct in accordance with the project performance requirement and specification. Kailangan yung ano yon, kailangan mo ng tinatawag na performance requirements. Unlike in a construction contract, you already have a design and you already have a specific work scope. Yun, i-deliver mo lang yung terms of reference na yun, terms of scope na yun. But in this case, you still have to design it. And the project, the key to this scheme is to be able to define your performance. Kailangan alam mo yung dulo. Paano mag-operate and anong performance specification nung itatayo mo. Kailangan maliwanag yun. Otherwise, you end up with a lot of disputes. Ano yung dapat at saka ano yung kailangan. In which case, that also has to be qualified at the onset. What are your standard of materials, standard of performance, codes, and everything. Performance parameters, in that case, temperature, ambient temperatures, and design parameters. Kasama na lahat yan. I-define mo yan. Medyo mabagal. So we have, what's a contract, EPC contract? It's an overview, no? The overview is, it is sometimes called turnkey, or the turn of a key. It should work, operate. Single party responsibility, and the contractor takes more risks. Kasi pag hindi umandar yan, in accordance with the specification or the performance requirements, you have to correct it to that level. The owner or employer provides the performance requirement and specification, has minimal design input. Ito yung pagkaiba nung approve mo yung design sa client mo bago mo gawin. The client will give you a performance requirement at the start. You provide them the information as to how you would like to execute it, and the design of that parameter. They can give you an input to change this or add or whatever, but the design, your design as the EPC must prevail. Kung questionin nila yung design mo, then it has to be qualified. But then you have to be able to support your designs such that it has what they call standard references. For example, you want to design a tank. Well, I'm talking about mechanical works here. If you want to design a power plant, for example, you have to know what exactly the power plant will work. If you want to design they want you to design a substation, you'd like to know what the voltages are, the outputs, the frequency, the control, the protections, the interlocks, how you would like to operate the substation down the road. And in this particular case, the client has a higher degree of cost, kasi lump sum. Bihirang magkaroon ng change order yan unless the client wants to, say for example, dati dito design niya, ilalagay mo rito, ililipat mo. So the civil works or the foundation works might change. That can qualify a variation order. And therefore, the client can execute the project with less organization. Kumisan, isang tao lang, yung client owner's engineer, they call that. In this particular case, EPC contract is what we call performance procurement, or procure the performance but not the iron, or instead of the iron. Simple procurement of material is what we call iron procurement. Bili ka na ng bakal. Bumili ka ng bakal, ikabit mo. But then, what is the specs of the bakal? Hindi ikaw nagsabi. Ang size ng bakal, hindi ikaw nagsabi. Gaano kadami yung bakal, hindi ikaw nagsabi. There is a reference material that is a construction contract. But if you are in an EPC, design liabilities come into play. Kasi, for example, I don't know if you're aware, electrical engineers, when they sign a plan, you are liable for 15 years without even writing it in the contract. Civil engineers the same, 15 years then. So once you design and once you sign that design, and if you are in an EPC, that design responsibility is good for 15 years. If something happens and it is proven to be a design liability, there is a civil code penalty to that without even writing into your contract. So remember that. Oops. Gising pa ba kayo? Baka hindi na kayo gising eh. Okay, EPC contract overview, we have to have a scope. Deliverables, quality, procurement scope, owner may supply a certain part of the equipment. Pangkaraniwan yan, pag malalaking project, to reduce the cost, the owner might place the orders for the major, like generators, switch gears, high voltage equipments, and all that. But you are still liable on the overall design. We call it, you write the specs, they will buy it for you, deliver it to you, you install it. So the design is still your responsibility. EPC pa rin yan. Unfortunately, or fortunately for you, if the equipment that got into you or you received did not qualify on the specs that you provided for, then it can be a different issue, of course. That's why when you do an EPC, the procurement is very dependent on your design and your technical data sheets. Pag wala yon, hindi rin makakabili si owner ng equipment niya. Or hindi ka rin makakabili, basically. And of course, you have to define your parameters. Hanggang saan ba talaga ang scope mo, no? Price schedule, normal yan. Magkano bang babayaran? Anong basis of payment? Milestones, quantity base, whatever. Time-wise. And it has to be pre-agreed kung paano babayaran. Merong iba kung minsan hiwalay yung local works. We call it the local infrastructure works. Anything onshore, based on peso. Anything indent, for example, high voltage equipment, switches, LA, substation, transformers, generators, and whatever you, in terms of, you may import all of this from a certain foreign supplier. It can be denominated in various frequencies as it fits your project. And normally, may kasamang cost dyan na dapat pag-ingatan mo. And I'm jumping the presentation, in which case, the cost of importation. Sino ang magbabayad ng taxes, duties, CBTs, delivery costs, arrastre, warface, and all that. Then here comes your your procurement terms, no? But that will be jumping the presentation. Mamaya, pag-usapan natin yan. Work payments and payment agreed metrics, time schedule, timelines, L1, L2, L3. I'm not sure if you are aware of the different levels of schedules, L1 to L5. L1 is a project master, which is basically either a PERT, CPM, or a Gantt chart. L2, the management summary for management purposes, summary executive milestones. L3 is your project coordination. This is your project schedule right at the project site. Yan ang ginagamit yan pag magma-monthly report ka na. And of course, L4 is your working schedule. Meron kang mas detalyado kaysa L3. Then of course, L5 is short term. This we call it the day ahead, week ahead, and a month ahead, week ahead, and daily schedules. Yan yung L5. Detalyado na yan. Pati pagbuhat mo ng bakal, nandun na yan. Of course, payment terms, paano babayaran? Defines the mode of payments. May down payment, may progress, milestone progress, and or quantity-based or time-based. Retention sum, paano gagawin mo? Is it recoupment or milestone? Anong pagkaiba ng dalawa? Recoupment means on the retentions money, you are going to pay your retention in accordance with the percentage of your accomplishments. That's what you call recoupment. Pero kung milestone, ang gagawin nila kaagad, may ibang kontrata, 30% down payment, 10% retention, bawas sa kontrata mo. Ang ibang progress payment mo, yung 60% lang. That's what we call a milestone. So, doon, abante yung kliyente mo, yung owner or employer mo. Because for 30% down payment, 10% retention, tanggal niya na yun. Ang minumultiply mo na ng progress payment mo is just the 60%. Ibig sabihin, hindi ka pa nakaka 100%, tanggal na yung buong retention mo. So, it depends on who your client is. No? So, tignan mo din yun. Indent portion payment terms, if applicable, if you have foreign denominated parts and equipments, normally yan. That's why you have kumisan CIF, DAP, FOB, then that has to be understood. We call it the Incoterms. Maliwanag, ika nga, no? So, the other requisite of the contract is insurance. Sometimes, bigger projects require all risk, construction all risk, erection all risk, and contractor's third party, professional liability insurance. In some major projects where, for example, it is a power project, and the project is being funded through debt facilities, the insurance, we normally suggest that the insurance must be covered by the owner or the employer. Why? Because if you borrow funds to fund your to finance your project, normally the lending bank requires that the beneficiary of the insurance, if in case you have to make a claim, has to be the lender, hindi yung owner. Ergo, if the contractor buys the construction insurance, it might be that ang kanyang kinover lamang ay yung portion niya. There are other portions that might be left out of that insurance cover. Therefore, lenders would require that your insurance must be procured by the owner and the beneficiary is actually the lending bank or yung funding bank mo. Why? Because kung nagkaroon ka ng claim at kailangan ng replacement at hindi mo ma-replace, that insurance must be able to repay whatever you borrowed from the bank. So, tricky yan. Tingnan nyo mabuti. Of course, third party ng contractor, madali yan. Straightforward. Your insurance, personal insurance, vehicle insurance, equipment insurance na ginagamit mo sa construction. Professional liability insurance. Ito pa. If you make your design, you buy your insurance sa gilid. Baka mamaya sumabit yung design mo. There is such a professional liability insurance. Yung mga design ng design niya, pirma ng pirma, dinitinignan. Baka mamaya nagkasunog at nagkaroon ka ng kaso, litigate ka, wala kang insurance, tapos ka. So you have to be careful with that. Liability limitation. Yan. Importante yan. Pag nagkaroon ka ng, there are two levels of liabilities in a contract. One is your time, or is your schedule. The other one is your performance. Performance of the equipment. Gumana ba in accordance with the specs? Hindi. Or okay. Of course, the first one is your delay. Pagkaraniwan yan, pag na-delay ka, may always a liability or a penalty. Liquidated damages. But you have to limit that on a per liability basis. For example, equipment delay or schedule delay ka lang, normally 1/10 of 1% of the contract, but there is an index. What value are you going to use? Is it the finished part or the unfinished part? Or the contract value? Maraming kontrata, ang basis, especially for the big companies, what's out? The basis of your LD is the whole contract value, whether finished or unfinished. Example, at 95%, na-delay ka, ano ang basis ng LD mo? Is it 100% contract value or the 5% unfinished value? Normally, the big companies require the whole 100% as a basis of penalty. You negotiate that out. That's why in fine print, sinabi ko dyan, or value of the unfinished portion. Under the Local Procurement Act of the Philippines, value of the unfinished portion ang nakalagay. Pero yung mga malaking kontratang nakakasalubong ko, ayaw nila ng value of the unfinished portion. Why? Because precisely kapag 5% na lang hindi natapos, iwanan na daw ng kontraktor. Bahala ka na. Hindi natapos. Kaya penalize ka ng buo. Kasi yung 5%, hindi tapos yung project. Hindi umandar. For example, hindi na commission, hindi na test. 5% is much more than that. 2% lang commissioning. Mahal pa nga eh. So yun ang kinakatakutan din ng mga ibang kliyente. But then, here comes your reputation. Ano ba yung track record mo? Tinatapos mo ba yung project o hindi? Or tinatakbuhan mo yung project? So nandun na yung papasok yung track record mo. And total liability again, equipment performance is normally, for example, in a power plant, gusto mo 10 megawatts yung planta. Umabot ka lang ng 9.5. What happens to the 0.5 megawatt? And if you are an IPP, 0.5 megawatt times 365 days of the year, 24 hours a month, with a 50% load factor at 5 pesos per kilowatt hour, that's your unrealized revenue as the IPP owner. Ikaw na contractor, di mo na-deliver yung 100% ng power plant capacity mo. Patay na yung owner mo, di ba? Lugi na siya sa economics niya. So ipe-penalize niya sa iyo. Ang gagawin niya, net present value lahat yung unrealized income niya, yun ang penalty mo. So be careful with that. Kasi pag hindi mo natapos, halimbawa 1 megawatt yung planta o 10 megawatt yung planta mo, na-deliver mo na 9 megawatt, 1 megawatt, sisingilin niya lahat sa iyo. Net present value with the discounting rate or whatever that bank or whatever agreed rate that they will use. Normally is the bank rate. Madugo yan. Madugo yan. Especially for power generation or substation. Kasi kuminsan, bakit hindi na-deliver yung megawatt mo? Maybe mali ang design, mali ang temperature reference. Karamihan na nakita ko, mga kaibigan, is the design of the cooling system of a generator. I don't know what you're using when you design the cooling system. What is your ambient temperature when you design your cooling systems sa power plant or even a transformer? What is the annual ambient temperature of the Philippines? Sa mga mechanical engineers, they design cooling systems at based on 28 degrees centigrade. I don't want to use that. I don't suggest to use that. The annual average temperature of the Philippines is 33 to 34 degrees. So dapat yung radiador mo at saka yung cooling system mo, heat exchangers mo, is based on 33 degrees or 34 degrees. Diyan pangkaramihan na nakita kong power plant deficiency. Kulang ang size ng radiador. That differential of 4 to 5 degrees or maybe 7 degrees or 5 degrees translates into a one size bigger cooling tower. Ganon ang diferensya niyan. So, mainit nga naman yung makina, nagbabaga na yung turbocharger, nagbubaga na yung tambocho, hindi mo pa rin ma-produce, masustain yung output mo. And that is a penalty situation na. Pag ganon. Magdala ka na lang sa makina doon na mas maliit para hindi ka ma-penalize. I mean, mitigations. No? But then be careful with temperature. Be careful with temperature. And ito yung experience namin. All quotations, proposals of performance of machines like diesel gensets, transformers, are based on what temperature? 25 degrees. Remember that. Remember that. 25 degrees lang. Especially transformers IEC, they're based on 25 degrees performance. Generators, especially 1800 RPM generators, based on ISO fuel, which is 5% more heat than local fuel, and 25 degrees centigrade, 60 degrees relative humidity, and 25 degrees centigrade temperature. Malaking bagay yan. It translates to almost about 8% of capacity degradation. Almost 10% pag medyo minalas ka pa. Especially if the temperature is a little bit higher on your location. So mga ganung bagay, penalty situation ka na kagad. Okay. Governing law, dapat Pilipinas yan. Oh, no. What normally is your governing law? Normally, contracts, IPP, the BOT law are applicable. For RE, hydro and everything, meron yon, RILO ang ginagamit. Tapos dispute resolution. Merong mga kontrata dyan, especially the big contract, big owners or big clients, normally they require a dispute resolution based in Singapore. Meron po tayong tinatawag na ADR, your Alternative Dispute Resolution Act. And that is, what is that? RA 9285 of 2004. That is a quasi-judicial body under the Department of Trade and Industry, where all disputes within a contract can be settled there very, very quickly. 3 months tapos na yan, and final, the decision of the ADR is final. Unless hindi nagbayad yung may penalty, then you can bring them to court just to collect, but not necessarily to change the decision. Kung sino man ang magbabayad, kung sino ma-penalize, whatever. Okay, force majeure. Oops. Tika muna. Paki-back mo lang. Balik mo. Ayan, insurance. Forward mo. Alright. Sige. Force majeure. It is a standard feature of a contract, but be careful how the contract defines force majeure. Sa ngayon, yung mga bagong kontrata ngayon, dinidefine na yung tinatawag na force majeure that is controllable force majeure and uncontrollable force majeure. Yung uncontrollable force majeure, yun talaga ang wala kang penalty. But yung controllable force majeure, for example, nagkaroon ng labor issue sa kumpanya mo. Controllable issue pa rin yun. Hindi mo pwedeng gamitin yun as a reason for a force majeure. Kasi kaya mong i-resolve within your control yung labor issue na yun. Acts of God, ay yun, di mo kayang, binagyo ka, nalunod yung ibang equipment mo, that's force majeure. O kaya, na tamaan ng bagyo, natumba yung structure mo while it's being constructed. But then you have to prove that the structure has adequate design pa rin. Pag na-prove mo yan, then it is a force majeure. Pag hindi, then liability mo pa rin yun. Papalitan mo yon. So you have to define, and what are your recourse actions? Define your recourse actions. Halimbawa, nangyari ito, anong pwede mong gawin? Pag nangyari yan, anong pwede mong gawin? So in that force majeure clause, it's not just a question of, force majeure, how do you raise a force majeure issue? Kailangan may notification, may proof, etc. What is the impact of that force majeure to the overall schedule? May mga requirements silang ganyan. So bantayan nyo. Of course, assigning the contract to a third party without the written consent of your owner or the employer is a breach of contract. Kahit gaano kaliit ang portion ng pinasubcon mo, you have to inform your owner or the client, your client. Change in the contract elements. For example, nagkaroon ng pagbabago ng scope, change in law, may pagbabago ng, for example, nagkaroon ng panibagong batas. Bukas, 1,000 pesos per day ang labor cost ng Pilipino. Change in law yan. Pwede mong habulin yung client mo sa kontrata mo based on change in law provision that you have to recover some of the cost. Lang naman nababayaran mo yung 537 na ba ngayon? 550 to 1,000 bigla. Sosolohin mo yan. Hindi pwede. Crudo, for example, today. You can. If you can prove that you're spending so much fuel from X to Z, then you have to get the differential cost between Z and X. Pwede yun. Change in law yan eh. Environmental, biglang nagpalabas si DNR ng ruling against a certain equipment performance. Noon, nagre-require sila ng catalytic converter sa mga diesel plants. Mabuti na lang hindi na. But before that, talagang nire-require na lang catalytic converter. So, yung paglagay mo ng equipment sa dulo, sa post-combustion process mo, will have to be recovered also. So, those are examples of possible contract changes because of law. Now, document interpretation and order of precedence. Of course, I'm not sure if you are familiar with the FIDIC contract. I'm using here a FIDIC template. Whenever there is a conflict on any issue between the provisions of the general conditions of contract and particular conditions of contract, the provisions contained in the PCC or the particular conditions must prevail. This is a very, I'm not sure if you're using what they call the FIDIC contract templates. It's a very famous, neutral, applicable, balanced contract template being used by many construction EPC contracts. And I suggest that you use that because you don't have to reinvent the whole contract again. Ang hirap maggumawa ng kontrata na balansyado. I can assure you, this FIDIC is already what they call a very good contract base to start with. Baguhin mo lamang yung particular conditions mo, what applies to you. Normally, those things that you change on the particular contract, conditions of the contract, are what we're discussing. Force majeure, terms of payment, schedule, liquidated damages, and all that. Yun yung mga pinag-uusapan doon. But how to claim a change order, organization, site acceptance, etc., are all there already. It's very neutral. It's very neutral. Extension of time, you have to make sure that you can extend your time due to various reasons: change in scope, occurrence of a force majeure, suspension order given by the owner, of course, owner's default on contractual responsibilities. Ano yung pinaka-common na sa owner's default? Time of payment. You have to make sure that you have to tell them within the X days from the submittal of your billing. Kasi from approval of billing, huwag mong kapapayag. Submittal of your billing, 30 days, dapat bayad ka. Because the approval time, they will never approve it. They will take 100 years before they approve it. Patay ka na. So, isubmit mo, 30 days, bayaran mo ako. After which, may penalty siya. 5%, 3%, whatever. But you have to make sure that i-define mo yan because it is actually an owner's default. And you can ask for a time extension if they did not pay. For example, inaasahan mo yung revenues mo to buy or to pay imported equipment na parating na. Nangyari sa akin yan. Nakatambak na sa pier sa China yung mga poste ko, steel structures ko, kable ko, and all that, substation, switchyard, and a transmission line. Hindi nagbayad yung client. Anong gagawin ko? Anong pambayad ko doon? Kasi tapos ko naman, may accomplishments ka naman. You're expecting the revenue from the accomplishments to pay your additional arrival of your equipment or the final payment of your equipment. Hindi nagbayad. Ay, hindi naman pwedeng wala siyang kasalanan doon. Dapat singilin mo siya or you ask for, and I was able to do that. Hindi siya nakapalag, basically, hindi siya nakapalag. But then you have to create your paper trail. Create your paper trail. Kailangan dokumentuhan mo. Create your paper trail, ang term namin dyan. Sulat. Pag hindi siya nagbayad, sulat yan. At sabi mo, ang impact nito ngayon is ganyan. Pag hindi ka nagbayad dito ngayon, ito. For example, if you are delivering equipment from China today, are you aware that before pandemic, you can ship equipment from China for 3-5 days? Today, how many days ang darating ang shipment from China ngayon? China takes you 3 weeks. Swerte ka na kung makakuha ka ng slot sa barko. There is a worldwide shortage of shipping slots, especially from China, for one reason. Because of the pandemic, nangawala yung mga container, hindi bumalik sa China. So, maghanap ka ng container sa China, ang hirap. It used to be, we're shipping 40-footer from China for $200 lang. Do you know how much a 40-footer container now? $2,000. Pag-ship ka lang. Kargado o hindi. Ganong tindi ngayon ng shipment. And they will not even guarantee you that you pay your final payments now, they'll schedule the FOB, yung shipment date. They will not even commit to you kung kailan mag-ship. So that is the impact of whatever this pandemics now na nangyari. And I don't know how soon we can recover from this situation. But since August, September of 2020, when we were doing those power plants in Cebu, I ordered steel pipes, cables, and everything October, September 2020. Dumating sa akin yung steel angles ko, February, steel plates. And I was expecting them November at site. Imagine mo, November, 4 na buwan ng delay ko. Fabricate ko yung truss, fabricate ko pa yung tangke, fabricate ko pa yung mga lahat ng base plates and everything, support equipment, all that. Yung 3 buwan kong fabrication ng 300 tons of bakal, you had to compress it in 1 month. Those are the consequences sa'yo. So, paano mo sisingilin yun? Because it's an EPC. So, yun yung mga bantayan mo. My problem then was, I did not create my paper trail. So, hindi ako makasingil. So, it's a painful experience, but it happens. Any reason which was not predicted at the time award of contract has been accepted as a justifiable reason for the extension of... For example, I don't know if you've been importing. Pag nag-order ka ng panahon ng Oktubre, China, isi-ship yan no, about December. 2 months, 45 days, 60 days, normally shipping nila. Pangkaraniwan yan, 90 days, matagal na. Bakal, bakal, steel plates, angles, wires, mga ganyan. 45 days mag-ship yan kung walang problema. But pag yung shipment time mo is aabot ka na ng Disyembre, ang Oktubre pa nga lang may problema ka na because of the Christmas rush. You better be careful. You put another 1 month to your shipping schedule because of that. Kasi kapag hindi nakaship yung equipment mo before October, aabutin ka na ng Christmas season rush. At pag lumagpas ka ng January, aabutin ka din nung tinatawag nilang February Chinese New Year season nila. So, masiship yung equipment mo pagkatapos ng Chinese New Year. So, patay ka na. 3 months delay ka. Sigurado yan. It happens every year to us. Every year to us. Nangyayari yan. So, pag nag-order kami, tarong sa client, kami award sa akin yan. Agosto. Kailan mo bigyan ng down payment? Oktubre. Boss, plus 3 months ang schedule ko. Bakit? Christmas season, saka Chinese New Year. Kahit i-penalize mo ko, wala akong magagawa dyan. Pero sabihin ko sa iyo ngayon. So, right from the get-go, sinasabi ko lang sa kanya, hindi mo pwede akong penalize dahil na-delay ako ng 3 buwan. And it happened to me now, 1 project. Ganun na nangyari. Ayaw tanggapin ng client, hindi pwede ka ako. But slowly, they're realizing na hindi talaga mangyayari kasi may proof ka na. Sasabihin ko, create your paper trail. Kailangan mong sabihin sa client, create your paper trail. Suspension of work. The employer may suspend the work for a short duration, but the contractor is given the right to resume. Of course, pangkaraniwan yan. With this proper notification and all that. In case of resumption of work, the employer after suspension, the contractor will be eligible for time extension for the suspended period, and additional price may be because of nagpataas ang presyo, whatever that is. Kung nagkataon ka na yung pag-resume mo ng trabaho, mataas na ang crudo, katulad ngayon. They have to pay for the additional price ng crudo. Oops. Sino yan? Ayaw manda. Ayaw manda. Gising pa ba kayo? Pag hindi kayo bantayan nyo, every 5 slides meron yan, ha? So, the termination. The contract can be terminated to several owner's convenience. Ibig sabihin, pag inayawan ka ng client mo, they can terminate that. Pag hindi na gusto yung pagmumukha mo, they can terminate that for convenience. Only because only if they have to pay whatever is accomplished. Huwag naman termination, hindi nila mabayaran. No. Bayaran ka muna nang natapos mo bago ma-terminate. There is such thing as termination for convenience. Pero meron din yung termination with cause or default, contractor's default. Bankruptcy, ay siyempre, di mo na magawa. So, work assignment without owner's consent. Ayan, nagpa-subcontract ka, hindi sinabi. Big deal, lalo na kung malaking portion. At it is delaying your project, they'll terminate your contract. Failure to failure to execute the contract. Ibig sabihin, nagsubmit ka ng schedule mo, hindi mo na-execute. Submit ka na naman ng catch-up schedule mo, hindi na execute. Another catch-up schedule, hindi mo na, terminating ka na yan. Pangatlong termination yan. Ay, pangatlong submitter mo ng schedule, sasibaking ka na. Now, if I am the owner's engineer, bibigyan ka ng 3. Pag 3 beses ka nagbigay sa akin ng slide schedule, magkano nagawa mo? Kasi hindi mo na rin maaasahan yung contractor mo pag gano'n. Kasi in the first place, magagawa dapat niya. Pag karaniwang contractor, kagawin niya yan. Pero kung talagang may problema, especially if coupled with tight funds, medyo mabigat, malaki yung project, hindi not within its financial capacity. Kaya tingnan nyo rin, nakalimutan ko sabihin dito, check the financial capacity of the contractor kung ikaw owner's engineer. Or ikaw naman na contractor, you have to have what they call the financial contracting capacity. Kailangan. Kasi pag doon nagkakaroon ng delay, kung minsan, pag hindi niya mabayaran yung mga makabili ng materyales, wala kang materyales, hindi aabante yan. Can you please? Yeah, next. Yeah. Confidential information. Normal ito that you cannot simply divulge any details of the contract. And any subcon and or subsidiaries of the main contractor are also obligated to comply with the confidentiality of the agreement or data, whatever it is that are included in your contract. Be careful with this because this is already a very, it's becoming more and more, I would call it, stringent requirement of contracts, the confidentiality of information. Kasi kung minsan pangkaraniwan, i-advertise yung project mo eh. Eh may mga contractor, ay mga owners na ayaw niyan. Okay, applicable law. Again, this is different from the change in law. Applicable law should always be the Philippines. Pag nagkataon na halimbawa lang, ang kliyente mo ay foreigner, they will insist that the contract, applicable law is the law of their country of origin. Huwag ka pumayag. Ang rason mo is that work is executed in the Philippines, it has to be subject to Philippine law. Kasi kapag nagkaroon ng kaso, dadaling ka niya sa Switzerland o dadaling ka niya kung saan-saan. Kaso pa lang, hindi ka na makahabol. Paano mo habulin yun? Halimbawa, ikaw ang kontraktor, diba? Naniningil ka. So, dapat, Philippine law and the court of jurisdiction must be a local court wherein you are located, most likely. Quezon City ka, Quezon City. Kung nagkaroon ng litigation. Okay? So, as far as contracts, yun ang mga importante. There's about 3 times more parts of the contract, but those are the more important parts. No? I would like to go to the EPC risks and mitigation. What are your risks? Number 1 is your engineering and design risk. Of course, you need to understand where your site is located. Halimbawa lang, nasa bundok yung location ng project mo. Ang unang-una dyan is access. Paano mo abutin? Hydro projects, for example, gagawa ka ng switchyard ng hydro projects. Question mo dyan, paano ka aabot doon? Well, you can possibly hike to the site, but paano i-deliver mo equipment mo? So you have to clear who's going to be responsible for the access. Kung tatawid ka ng ilog, tulay, whatever. So that has to be defined. Or you need to understand properly so that you can mitigate that into your contract. Material specs, again, pag mali design mo, mali din ang bibilin mo. For example, bakal, what is the normal specs ng bakal? Alam natin, mild steel. Sabi nila, black iron. Pipe, schedule 40. What is schedule 40 actually? There's no such thing. It's well known, schedule 40 is a 150 pounder bar, a 10 bar ASTM 53 or ASTM 156. Depends. Or 306 or 316 kung stainless. Material specs is very, very critical into your design. Anchor bolts, I'm not sure if you're aware, na hindi po pwedeng gamitin yung A36 pang anchor bolts. A325 yan because of the tensile requirements. So, as electrical engineers, if you're doing a substation, kailangan alamin mo din na yung poste mo, kaya niyang i-handle yung electromagnetic forces during a short circuit. And those are basically the strength of your supports and your anchor bolts. A 40 kiloamp short circuit, what it happens, a 4-inch by, a 100 mm by 6 mm bus bar, 2-ply, 3-ply, can act like a pancit pag nag-short circuit. Pero ang rigid na nun, ha? A 40 kiloamp short circuit current can totally damage a bus bar. So, material specs is very important pagdating sa anchoring, sa strength, mga ganyan, no? Compliance with codes and standards. Always refer your material specs and or technical data sheets with a certain ASTM or whatever standards. Normally, for mechanical works, ASTM, ANSI, or NEMA, electrical engineers, of course, we have our standard IEC and or ANSIs. At the same time, before I forget, when you do the design, antemano, alam mo kaagad kung ano yung reference ng material mo. Well, I've been doing a lot of this, being an electrical engineer and a professional engineer at that. Hindi na lang kasi EE yung trabaho namin. We start from the ground and end up with the grid. So we do civil, foundation, structural, mechanical, tanks, and everything for a power plant until we get to the grid. So it is good for you to educate yourself that some other peripheral equipments or specs will have to be required. Bakal nga lang A36, pangkaraniwan yan. I don't know if you're aware, it's A36, carbon steel. But then, if you're using a tambocho ng yung generator nyo, anong ginagamit dyan? Normally 516 yan, hindi A36. Madami akong nakita tambocho, 36 lang. But as an electrical engineer, you should know the difference between a 516 and a 836. Kasi nga, corrosion pa rin ang kaaway mo. And when you're designing and you're required to do a warranty, whatever, for a year after you deliver the project, pag kinalawang yan, patay ka na. So you have to make sure that your corrosion issues are covered, your tensile strength are covered. Kung nagkaroon ng bagyo, and ito, lumipad yung building, bubong, mayari ka na. And these are the things that happens when you are not careful. Of course, design approval, lead time. Engineering risk pa rin yan. Normally, and just recently, I'm into another contract negotiation, sabi nila, 10 months from notice of award to commissioning. But inclusive in between that is the securance or securing the approval of the design from NGCP. Alam nyo ba kung gaano katagal magpa-approve ng transmission line, 230 kV switchyard and transmission line sa NGCP? It will take you a year. Bago ka makapag-approve niyan. 69 kV nga lang, 6 months, maswerte ka na, makakuha ka ng approval ng NGCP ng transmission line na 69 kV. So if they tell you 10 months from NTP to commissioning, paano? Yung NGCP approval. So kailangan alam mo kaagad yung mga out of your control. NGCP approval or approval of the regulatory board, as well as, pangalawa, kung halimbawa gusto i-supply ni client mo yung equipment, yung procurement time. Hindi mo kontrolado yun eh. So, kailangan i-accept mo. Yung 10 months mo is, tanggal mo yun. So you have to present the schedule. Whatever that time, X, Y, 10 months is yung aggregate ng portion mo lang. Otherwise, if you just simply agree with it, yari ka na. Yari ka na. LD ka na doon. Okay? Procurement of materials. So that's another risk. Major group of risk is the procurement. Again, kanina pinag-usapan natin kung paano bayaran. Incoterms or Inco-payment terms. Inco-payment terms is a very common intent or international procurement terms of payment. Ano yung Inco? I'm not sure. But it defines where the ownership of the asset na binili mo happens. Or kung binayaran mo under Incoterms, pag nagbayad ka, FOB. O kaya EW is X-Works. Ibig sabihin, kung X-Works ang payment terms mo, paglabas sa planta nung equipment, nung supplier mo, the equipment is yours. So the risk of the equipment is already transferred to you. Eh wala pa sa yung asset, nasa kalsada pa o nasa truck pa. So don't agree on an EW terms of payment. O sige, FAS, free alongside, nasa parko, nasa port, pero hindi pa nakakarga. Eh kung halimbawa yung pagbuhat doon nahulog, it's your risk already, not the shipper. Eh so, sige, FOB na lang, ikarga mo, free on board, karga mo. Nakakarga na yan, FOB. O sige, nakarga na. Eh pagdating dito, nahulog, binagyo, lubog yung barko. Sino ngayon magbabayad ng replacement cost? Ikaw na. Because wala naman hindi na, of course, if you insure it, then the insurer will pay for it. But remember again, when you insure, ano yung basis of insurance? Is it a replacement value or a replacement of the same material and the same specs? Kasi pag replacement value, kung ano yung pinakamurang kukunin ng insurance, ibigyan sa'yo. Hindi yung actual equipment mo. So, be careful again with the terms. Basahin mo yung fine print ng insurance mo. Okay? CIF, dumating na. CIF is cost and insurance rate. Nasa pier na yan. Pero, hindi pa nailalabas. Naibaba na, pero hindi pa nailabas sa customs. So, if somebody were to pay for the CDTs or customs tax and duties, arrastre, warface, etc., etc., kalokohan sa port, lahat na yon. Ikaw na yon as the owner. The moment na dumating dyan, ikaw na may-ari. So it can still be possible na mawala yan. For example, if you'd ship, ito pa, ano yung mode of shipment mo? Naka-container ka ba? Or naka-bulk ka? Naranasan ko nang nawalan ng 30 pirasong 2 meters by 6 meters na plancha. Kasi tawag ito, free cargo ako, yung hindi ko kinontainer. Nawala sa pier. So be careful when you ship things. No? DAP is delivered at site ito delivered at site. So, iyan, ibig sabihin DAP na ilabas, na deliver, pero the owner or the consignee will still have to pay for taxes and duties. Siya pa rin ang responsible doon sa clearing and payments of all taxes and duties, all the importation costs related, wharfage, local shipping costs. Be careful also, because shipping lines today, if you ship, babayaran mo yung shipping freight niya. Pagdating dito, may babayaran kang tinatawag na local cost documentation for the shipping line. I paid for 11 containers recently, almost about $1 million just to a local shipping cost. Dinoble yung freight charges ko. More than twice ang freight charge. Unseen cost yun. Meron na ngayon ng ganyan na racket ng mga shipping company. Recently lang yan, mga siguro about a year ago, na nag-implement sila. Tapos meron pa silang charge. Yung container and yung basta balancing cost or something like that. Kasi halimbawa, container mo, isang volume, may volume of space na pag hindi napuno yon, akala mo nakamura ka. Hindi, babayaran mo yung space na yun. Pagdating dito. Meron na yun. Binabayaran. So be careful with those. So, tanungin nyo sa mga shippers nyo. So depende kung paano mo ginawa yung shipping mo, you have to make sure na alam mo kung ano yung penalties na yan. DAP or DDP. DDP is tax and duties paid delivered at site. Bayad na. So pesos na yon. Pesos na yon. Careful with that. No? Local payment terms. Madali yan. 30% down payment, 20% retention, 60% progress payment, or whatever you want. 30, doesn't matter. But you can define that. No? Order acceptance, drawings, and specs approval. Again, paano mo place yung order? Example, order ka ng heavy equipment. ABB or Siemens. They will require you to send them the technical data sheets. Ano ang coil voltage, ano ang finish ng ganito, ano yung ilang contacts, free contacts, ano ang ano ba yung pagkarating mo hinihingi nila doon? technical deficits of a circuit breaker, technical deficits of an arrestor, technical deficits of a disconnect switch, anong KIC, anong clearance, anong three-phase distance. Kailangan sabihin mo lahat yan. Otherwise, they will give you whatever they want. At out of specs ka agad. Especially with NGCP equipments or high voltage equipments, NGCP is very critical with creepage, yung KIC or KA, yung short time momentary for switches or KIC breaking current for your circuit breakers, and your MOCV ng LA, minimum over voltage rating niya. Very critical sila dyan. Kasi nga, it will affect their grid pag nagkakaroon ng leakage. And I don't know if you are aware, the two standards of leakage in high voltage equipments, 25 mm per kV or 31 mm per kV. Yun ang leakage distance mo. Plus yung power frequency voltage niya. These are the things that you need to know. No? Ordered acceptance, kailangan may drawing, aprobahan mo bago sila magsimula. So yung halimbawa, ang quotation sa iyo is 4 weeks or 8 weeks delivery after drawing approval. So nagbigay ka ng down payment X time, pero yung drawing approval pa takes you 4 weeks, hindi pa magka-count down dun yung delivery time niya. So magdagdag ka ng drawing approval time mo bago mag-commit sa client mo. Halimbawa, ang commitment ng equipment supplier is 8 weeks. Magdagdag ka ng another 4 weeks dyan for drawing approval lang. Kasi at the end of the drawing approval, they will issue you what you call order acceptance. Doon pala magsisimula yung delivery lead time commitment niya sa'yo. So yun ang pagkaiba niyan. Locals, walang problema. But indent, may problema yan. Shipping and Bureau of Customs documentations. Yan din. What are the normal shipping and BOC requirements? Bill of lading, commercial invoice, packing list, Form E, minimum. Asa ka kung minsan, kung halimbawa items yan like bakal, kable, nanghingi sila ng tinatawag na Port of Embarkation Survey. Yung survey report. Kailangan nila yan ng customs kung minsan. Construction risk. Of course, these are the EPC risks under construction category: execution and schedule and closure, monitoring, control and reportorials, material and work quality, specs compliance, war and terrorist attacks, environmental events, health and hazards, safety and hazards. Dinagdag ko na yung pandemics. Dati wala yan. Then, of course, force majeure. All of these are called construction risk. Number one, execution and schedule. Madali yan. But do you really know how to close a project? Paano mo isasara yung project mo? Meaning, extinguish all liabilities, identify your residual liabilities, and how do you mitigate your warranties? At saka, as-built, manuals, what have you. These are the things that has to be what you call submitted. And there is one thing, EPC completion report. Kailangan nandun naka-aggregate lahat doon yung design parameters mo, codes and standard na ginamit mo sa design, yung details of your design, STAAD, for example, for your structures and concretes, short circuit calculations, grounding calculations, earthing calculations, compliance to IEEE 80. Nandun lahat yon. And nandun yung specification equipment na ginamit mo. At nandun din sa dulo nun yung technical or material mill certificates ng mga bakal mo. Nandun din yung test and TNC, test and commissioning report mo. Anong mga nakandak na test? IR test, PI test, what have you. You know, all those things that comes behind before you can energize substation. And at the end of that, of course, may photographic proof ka na may nagte-test talaga doon at nagkakabit ka talaga ng bakal doon. Kasi there are times that when a project is too long, say 12 months to 18 months, nawawala na yun eh. Nawawala na yun. And karamihan yan, pinaka-classic example of a not properly closed project is the absence of manuals and as-built plans. Ilan sa inyo ang facility manager dito? I hope you have your as-built plan ng planta mo. Good. Because 90% of all the facilities na pinuntahan ko, 90% of all the facilities na pinuntahan ko, walang as-built plan. Mabuti kung may manual ka, equipment manual. Kung ikaw ay nagpapatakbo naman ng power plant, diesel engine, similar, you have to have yung what you call ng parts list mo. Pag nasira yan, hindi mo malaman kung anong part number ng pyesa mo. Paano bibilin yan? Dadali mo ngayon to, dadali mo sa Binondo, meron ka pang ganito. Manghirap bumili. Di ba? So, as a facility manager or as an owner of an equipment or owner's engineer, make sure that is available to you. Do not pay the retention amount if you are not, if you haven't submitted that. As built, parts list, operating manuals, importante yon, no? And saka yung meron pang iba, consumable list, at saka yung tinatawag na insurance parts, like crankshaft. Ilang delivery ng crankshaft mo? Mga ganon. Ano yung recommended spare parts na limas makina? Transformers lalo na, breaker lalo na, coil. Pagkariwa dyan, susunod yung coil. Dapat may stock ka. You have to have that on your pocket. Otherwise, kung tumigil yung planta mo because of just a simple coil, patay ka na. Di ba? So, these are the things that are necessary when you close a project. Whether you are an owner's engineer or a contractor, mabuti kung yung owner's engineer mabait, makatakbo ka agad yung contractor. So naman, ikaw na owner's engineer, you have to make sure na mayroon ka nun. So you have to know how to close a project. Number 2, monitoring, control, and reportorials. Siguro naman hindi ka makakakolekta ng payments mo kung hindi mo magagawa yan. Reportorials lalo na. Meron kang weekly report, may monthly report ka, at saka yung final reports mo. Material and works quality specification and compliance. Ito yung meal certificates, technical specs na pin-approve mo sa kanila, cable specs, backhaul specs, whatever. War and terrorist attacks. Of course, walang magagawa. Na-overrun ka ng mga kaibigan. Just have to declare a force majeure. No? Environmental events. You have to document. I call it force majeure event. Halimbawa, tatawid ka ng ilog, hindi ka nakatawid dahil tumaas, umulan. Paulanan mo ng FME or force majeure event kaagad. Na hindi ka nakatawid, nawala ka ng trabaho, you lost 8 hours of so many works schedule, ito ang impact ko, sa linggo yan. Kasi whatever meron kang report on the FME plus your impact on your schedule. Health and safety, hazards, and pandemics. Health and safety, pangkaraniwan yan. No? You're always having accidents at site, so kailangan meron kang safety officer. Ang mitigation mo yung safety officer plus yung daily shop, ang tawag doon, toolbox. No? Daily toolbox on safety and daily toolbox on what you do. Emphasize mo yung safety. Pandemics, dinagdag ko na dahil because of COVID-19, we had really a lot of difficulties overcoming how to execute the project during a pandemic. And we had that done. 2 projects, 3 projects from May 2020 up to August 2021. Yung kainitan ng pandemic natin. We delivered 3 projects. 2 power plants, saka isang switchyard, isang transmission line. We were able to do it. And of course, force majeure. You have to define and you have to make sure that you fully aware what the force majeure terms are. Design risks, access right of way, survey, TOFO, yan yung mga engineering design risks mo, no? ROW must be secured by the owner. Halimbawa, transmission line. Huwag kang papayag na ang kumuha ng right of way. Hindi mo makukuha yun. Undertake detailed survey and topographic mapping, yes, especially if it is a transmission line again. And maybe switchyard, not so much. Possible flood levels. Ito na naman, pag nalunod ka doon sa work area mo. So you have to at least understand a little bit of hydrology. Halimbawa, nandito nandiyan ka sa gilid ng bundok, yung pala may ilog pa sa likod mo, you make sure na makikita mo kaagad yung dadaanan ng tubig before it comes to you. Determine potential landslide areas, yes. Pangkaraniwan yan. We had constructed a switchyard in the Sierra Madres at 350-meter level, tinapyas namin yung bundok. And you can imagine the kind of risk that you are there. Nasa 350-meter yung elevation ng switchyard eh. And we were able to do it. Pati tubig, wala kang makikitang baha. Na-divert namin lahat. And it had passed 5 Category 6, Category 7 typhoons already. So far, so good. Wala pa namang problema. Material specs. Again, kanina sinabi ko, the correct and adequate engineering and design calculations. So you can specify, ang pangkaraniwan na problema namin, nakita namin dito is yung bolt. Pag hindi tama yung bolt mo, 836 ang ginamit mo, putol yan. 8325 ang gamitin mo. So, there is always a reference. Electrical engineer tayo, but don't say wag mong alamin, wag mong pakialaman yung pagtayo ng equipment mo. Problema mo yun, boss. Lalo na kung high voltage equipment, support, pag ganyan, inalog ka ng category 7 or zone 4 tayo, 7 na earthquake, pag hindi maganda yung bolt mo sa baba, tumba yan. At saka yung shear moments niya. Shear and moment forces niya. References to international material specifications or standards, ASTM, ANSI, IEC. Remember that you are always, or you should always refer your material specs on ANSI, ASTM. Standards na kasi yan. Established na yan. Pag sinabi mo ang pipe mo is A53, seamless, 10 bars, yung thickness niya iisa. Hindi na pwedeng mabago yan. Pag sinabi mong 30 bars yan, mas makapal yan. Flange, for example, 10 bars flange, 6 ang tornilyo niyan. Pag sinabi mong 30 bars yan, 12 ang tornilyo niya. Doon sa butas pa lang, alam mo na kung anong pressure rating niya. Okay? Kable, ganun din. Ano ang size? Of course, NPC or NGCP requires what is the minimum size for 72 kV ACSR na nire-require nila ngayon. We must know that. It's 72 kV, it's linet, 336. Hindi na sila pumapayag ngayon ng less than linet. Sa 230 kV naman, hindi na sila pumapayag below condor, 795. Kahit isang conductor, kahit anong karga niyan, condor pa rin yan. Yung pa rin ang size niyan. Pag 230 kV and 138 kV and 230 kV. So, yung mga ganon. Ibang utilities like electric cooperatives, they might require 40, 20, and all that. So, meron pang iba. But not much with the, especially if you're looking or doing works that 70 kV and above works, no? Short estimates. Ayan. Pag mali design mo, kulang ang estimate mo, lalo na kung bakal at saka kasi pipe plates ang in-estimate, binili mo lahat sa abroad yan, kulang, maghahanap ka ngayon ng special A516. A516 na plancha is not readily available. A36 lahat na mabibili mo. So you have to have at approve again by your client. Pag tatanggapin niya yung A36 in lieu of the A516. If you're looking at strength basis, walang pagkaiba ng dalawa. Ang pagkaiba ng dalawa is corrosion resistance. Pag tangke or malapit ka sa dagat, etc., tambotso, I would suggest you use A516 against an A36. Adequate lead time. Again, kasama na yun sa pinag-usapan din kanina. Baka tumama ka ng ordering mo. Oktobre hanggang January, patay na yan. Magdadagdag ka ng 2-3 buwan. Short lead times on design approval if required. Front-end engineering and detail. Yan ang mitigation mo. But this short ang lead time mo, mag-front-end engineering ka. Ibig sabihin, meron ka ng prior estimates bago ka mag-commit sa order na gusto mo. But then normally, you can buy time by making a clear definition or qualification of your design assumptions pag EPC. No? Okay, so next. These are procurement risks. Kanina napag-usapan na natin yan. Yung protocols sa terms of payment, local terms of payment, committed delivery, customs clearance, delay. Kailangan, ang tawag namin dyan is may perong, bago pa dumating yung barko, dapat hawak mo na ang bill of lading, commercial invoice, at saka packing list. And susunod, pagdating ng barko, darating na yung Form E, especially coming from Southeast Asian countries. Yung 4 na dokumento na yon, basic yan. Hindi mo mailalabas ang kargamento po pag wala yon. Commercial invoice, packing list, bill of lading, and Form E. Pag wala yan, hindi mo makiklear yan. Abandonado ka. abandonado yung panibagong hearing na naman sa customs. Nagising ako Sige. Nagising na sila. Okay, project execution and completion risk. Management and your support skills and labor. Of course, project execution yan. Equipment, tools, and machinery, administration, finance, and accounting supports. Meron ka dapat yan. Either at site or at the back of the office, they call it. Sa opisina mo. How do you do it? It all depends on how you execute it, locality, size, and difference, location. Pero dapat meron ka. Payroll and compliance to compliance with BIR and Pag-ibig, SSS, napakahigpit na ngayon. I'm not sure if you've been into contracting, but hindi na kami nag-hire ng tao na walang SSS number at saka walang Pag-ibig registration. Hindi mo mabayaran yung mandatory contribution ng tao. At pag nangyari yan, dalawang tama mo. Habulin ka ng BIR doon sa cost na ginamit mo, plus may penalties ka pa as an employer. So, ingatan nyo yan, yung mandatory contributions ng isang empleyado, kahit yan ay isang araw mo lang na in-empleo. You have to deduct and pay the necessary SSS contribution ng tao or and yung mga iba pang kailangan, Pag-ibig and all that. Meron kami isang kaso sa isang barangay. Yung mga nakuha naming mga labor, they are recipients of the 3Ps ba yun? Yung subsidy ng gobyerno. Yun pala, kapag yung subsidize ang mga buhay na ganyan, pag binigyan mo sila ng pay deduction, mawawala yung kanilang benepisyo. Kasi hindi na sila gainfully employed na sila So hindi mo pwedeng bawasan. Hindi mo pwedeng i-declare na yun.
Very good afternoon to everyone who
Hindi mo na pwedeng bawasan or i-deduct sa kanya. Kasi pag sinubmit mo yan sa gobyerno, makikita nila, uy, gainfully employed to. They lose their PPP benefit, whatever. Nangyari yan sa isang project sa amin. So I have to give up those people. Sabi ko, mamili kayo. Either doon kayo sa PPP mabuhay or maghanap buhay kayo. People agreed to, sige, dito na lang muna kami, saka na lang kami mag-PPP ulit. But most of them wants, ang tawag nila doon is, they want their cake and eat it too. Gusto mo kumuha ng PPP, gusto pang sumeldo sa'yo. Kuminsan, may mga taong ganyan. But then, it was a learning experience for me for one project, no? Nandiyan lang, sa gilid-gilid. I cannot say the site, but it's happening. It's happening. Project schedule, again, L1 to L5, per CPM Gantt. Kahit na anong gamitin mo, meron ka dapat paano timeline definitions mo. Hindi pwedeng wala. Kahit nag-spreadsheet nga lang, pwede na kung simpleng project lang. But if your project is so sophisticated, pwede mong gamitin Primavera and or project, MS Project. Yan pinakamadaling gamitin. MS Project or Primavera. Meron din project management software or online. Pwede rin. Meron yon. Material bill of quantities. Siyempre, kung kulang ang materials mo, hindi ka makakabili. Bill of quantities mo, hindi ka makakabili. Yes. Progress monitoring, quantity survey, quality survey, and meron pa ba? Okay. Reports and documentary control. Of course, daily, weekly, monthly work progresses. Hindi pwedeng, kung ako naman, for the client purposes, we do weekly, we do monthly. But for our own purposes, we do a daily update. Update lang, kahit na mag-report lang sa akin. Ang pinaka-effective na nakita namin ngayon dito is, wag na silang mag-quantify. Picturein mo lang sa akin, makikita ko anong mali sa project site mo. So if you're the project manager, director, whatever, remote monitoring of projects is very crucial. And the best way is to require your engineers to submit on a daily basis the work progress pictures. Doon pa lang makikita mo ng sablay. And it's proving very effective to us. Na alam mo kaagad kung nasaan ng kahapon saka ngayon. Anong expectation mo ngayon? doon mo mababatak yung tao ko minsan. Construction and completion risks. Oh, bakit nandiyan pa yan? Yeah. Mill certificates, third-party tests and test reports, workmanship and quality validation, project closure and acceptance, war and terrorist risks, and environmental force majeure clause. And ito yung mga mitigations mo. Halimbawa, environmental events, force majeure yan. War and terrorist attacks, force majeure clause yan. Health and safety hazards, of course, yung safety protocols mo. Safety officer. Pero kailangan safety, hindi sa FETI, yung kukunin mo. Baka mas sa FETI lang yung nakuha mo. hindi niya alam, nagbabatak. It happened to us. Inaatak namin yung alambre, yung transmission pole, punta sa taas. In-sloping ng ganyan. Yung batak, nakabanda yung kalo. Nakatayo isang tao, naputol. Buti ka mo, hindi tinamaan ng gusto. Yung ulo lang, naka-sombrero. Hindi, putol yung ulo nun. Putol yung alambre. Yun yung where you position your people, your men, is very crucial. Halimbawa, poste, slope. Huwag kang maglagay ng tao dito. Pag bumitaw yan, durug yan. Mga ganon. Simple, you will be surprised how stupid people can be sometimes. So, bantayan mo. Sabihin mo yung mga tao na, oy, basta meron pang style, binuhat yung tubo, yayakapin yung tubo, dalhin doon sa truck, kunyari. Anong gagawin mo? Alalahain ko yung binitbit na poste. Gago. Sorry madudurog ka dyan pag bumitaw yung crane. Hindi mo na masasalo yung 2 toneladang poste. Buhatin nila kunyari. Sabi ko, mas ka dyan. It happens. It's happening on us. And the safety officer ko, the safety officer ko, safety officer pala. It's a joke actually. So, anyway. So, I'm trying to be fast kasi mayroon pang iba eh. Oh, okay, nandito na. Entrepreneur requisites. Negosyo na to. This is the whole reason why this presentation is being done. Highlights, preliminaries pala yun. Ito yun. The basics, high level of product knowledge, and paano ka magiging entrepreneur? Paano ka magnegosyo? Paano ka magiging negosyante? Bilang inhinyero, paano ka maging negosyante? So you must have a product knowledge or a service skills mo. Saan ka magaling? Mag-repair ang transformer, magkabit, or you're good at doing product presentation, maybe you can be a trading company. Mga ganyan. Product sales and services rendered, trading or contracting. Dalawa yan. Trading and contracting. Trading, buy, sell, madali. But then, you still need to have a good product knowledge. Kailangan alam mo pa rin benta yung product mo. Regulatory compliance. Siyempre, ikaw entrepreneur, you need to be able to comply with SEC, DTI, Pag-ibig, business permits, blah, blah, blah. You need to be able to do that bilang entrepreneur. No? The engineers normally doesn't mind that. Pero kung gusto mong kontrata, kailangan alam mo lahat yan. Licenses, pick up. Hindi pwedeng wala kang pick up, boss. Kahit category D man lang. No? Hindi ka na pwede makontrata ngayon. Quezon City is no longer renewing business licenses for contractors without a pick up license. And there are other Davao, for example, also. They will not renew your business license without kang pick up. Kung contractor ka, service rendering ka. Meron pang isang critical, if you are a labor contractor, kailangan meron kang DOLE number that you are basically a labor contractor. Meron kang certificate or compliance sa DOLE na kailangan mong kunin. And of course, your track record. Market, niche market ka ba o consumer market ka? What is a market which is called niche? Specialized. Halimbawa, may product ka na walang kalaban, niche market yon. Pero consumer, circuit breaker, consumer market yan. Pero kung halimbawa natin SF6 breaker, SF6 gas supplier ka, niche market yan. So, nasan ka ba? Saan ka ba magaling? Sellers or buyers market. Ibig sabihin, yung bang produkto mo kailangan ng merkado. So you are a seller market. You can command your price. But if it is a buyer's market, napakaraming supplier. Laban kayo, bid kayo ng bid. Hardware, for example, sa mga poste or mga distribution line. It's a buyer's market. Pinakamura, laban. But be careful with the specs. No? Competitors. Sinong kompetensya mo? Sinong kalaban mo? You have to know that to become a good entrepreneur. Otherwise, hindi mo alam kung sino kalakalabanin mo. So mamili ka din. May piliin mo din kung saan kang bid. Kapag nga, bid ka ng bid, wala na kayong pala, hindi mo kaya yung kalaban mo. So you have to know your competitors also. Now, resources. Of course, there are several. Financial, technical, and financial resource and technical resource. Meron ka bang fabrication yard, production facility, workshop, engineering or business office, test laboratory kung testing facility ka. Halimbawa, TNC contractor ka, TNC test and commissioning. Meron ka bang laboratory? Kailangan mo bang kumuha ng oil testing facility, vacuum test facility para makapag-commission ka ng transformer? Or you just have to subcon that. Meron mga taong gumagawa talaga dyan, walang ginawa kundi nag-test ng langis. Meron yan. Pwede mong dalhin yung langis sa dalawang service provider namin. Walang gagawin nyo kundi magtetest lang ng langis. Financial and commercial resources mo, capital, equity. Ano ba yung authorized capitalization ng kumpanya mo? It has to be congruent with your PCAB license. Merong capitalization requirement. Class D, Class C, A, B, C. Meron yan. Kanya-kanyang equity requirements yan. Paid up or authorized capitalization. Either you're registered with DTI or with SEC. Organisasyon. Management, sales, production, accounting and finance, administration and HR, and warehouse logistics. Nga pala, balik ako saglit sa commercial and financial. Operating fund, runway. Anong ibig sabihin nun? Anong mayroong pera sa bulsa mo such that you have a certain amount of operating time, we call it a runway, bago ka makakuha ng trabaho and replenish your pera on the pocket. Kung hindi mo ma-define yun, hanggang aabot yung pera mo, medyo kailangan bantayan mo yung expenses mo. So you need to know what is your operating runway. Ang tawag namin yan. Gaano katagal itatagal yung pera mo? For example, you have a contract. Gaano katagal? Paano mo malalaman kung ano yung financial requirement ng kontrata mo? 100 million yung kontrata mo, 12 months to deliver. What is your monthly cash requirement? Ang formula ko diyan is yung 60% of that 100 million will be spent on the first 3 to 4 months. Divided by 6 or divided by 4, divided by 5, yun ang monthly requirement mo for the first 6 months mo. Otherwise, hindi mo mabibili yung materials mo, hindi mo mabuild up yung S-curve mo. So yun yung talaga na operating runway mo. Kailan mo, gaano kalaki yung funding, monthly cash flow requirements mo para mapatakbo mo yung project mo. Otherwise, mag-short-term fund ka sa mga bangko. Kukuha ka ng credit line, short-term money. That is if you can get a short-term money. Kung wala, asahan mo lang yung kontrata mo. So you need to know. So meron kaming, this is something that I can share you. You have to be careful, again, how you declare in terms of payment mo. At saka yung cost declaration mo ng kontrata mo. Nasaan ba yung cost mo dyan? Nasaan ba yung margins mo dyan? The secret to that is you front-load your cost and you front-load your revenue. The first 3-4 months of your project, dapat nakuha mo doon yung 60% or 50% of your margin. Ikarga mo doon by adjusting your cost and your pay item numbers. At sa dulo doon, cost na lang sinisingil mo. Kasi nakuha mo na yung profits mo sa taas. Kung maipit ka dito, nakuha mo yung margins mo. So yun ang isang how do you manage the project cost mo kung contractor ka. But then you can always do that. You can have a limit to that. Halimbawa, konkreto, pundasyon ang ginawa mo. And you cannot build 25,000 per cubic meter ng konkreto. You can only build between 15,000, 18,000 siguro. Billing revenue mo. Pero ang cost mo dun siguro, nasa 7 to 10,000, including formworks. Wala pa nga lang equipment, wala pa nga labor. Bottom line, makikita din yan. But then you have to be careful. I-spread mo yan. Plus the fact that if you are contracting with unit rate versus lump sum, ang unit rate, you be careful with the quantities. Do not assume a large value of work for unit rate quantities. Kasi masyadong malaki yung divisor mo for a certain amount of unit cost. Mag-undervalue ka by as much as 40% of your... Diba, binigyan ka ng quantity. Ang actual work quantity mo dyan is 60%. Yun ang costingan mo. Yun ang dapat cost mo. Kasi yung overhead mo, hindi mo masisingil kapag binawasan yung quantities mo pag nag-unit rate ka. Kasi kung malaki yung amount, your overhead is the same. Ganun pa rin ang overhead cost mo eh. Constant yan. So kailangan i-spread mo yung overhead cost mo on a lesser quantity of work. Para masingil mo yon instead of pag ginawa mo yung quantity na malaki, mas maliit yung marirecover mo. So yun yung mga tricks niyan ng how you structure your cost, how you structure your pay items, sorry. Management capability. Ayan, ito na ngayon ang papasok, yung talagang susi niyan. Business development, product knowledge, service rendered expertise. Business dev, kailangan. Inhinyero ka, but you need to be able, maraming inhinyero maring magbenta. Believe ako, magaling ang electricals magbenta. So, marami akong mga kaibigan marunong magbenta. Market, you need to know your market information, competitive profile, price and cost structure, estimation, cost build-up. Financial statement, you need to understand how to make a P&L. What's a P&L? Profit and loss. Yun yung income statement mo. Cash flow, you have to understand your cash flow. You have to understand how to read a financial report, yung FS, financial statement. Kailangan alam mo yan. Alam mo yung balance sheet mo. Kailangan alam mo yan kung nasan yung mga tawag daw. Kasi nag-submit ka ng balance sheet, para accreditation, pag hindi maganda ang BS mo, hindi ka maka-credit. So kailangan alam mo yung mga liabilities mo, long-term, short-term liabilities, how do you improve? How do you dress your balance sheets? Paturo ka sa accountant, but you have to go through that process para alam mong hawakan. Bank recons and documentation, VAT and alpha list, BR reports, quarterly and annual, SEC reports, SEC reports, annual and GIS. Yung ownership, yung GIS. Every year yan, i-submit mo if you are SEC registered. These are the things that are basic to an entrepreneur. Kailangan mo yan, whether you are registered with the SEC or registered ka with DTI, pareho yan. Walang pinagkaiba ng dalawa. But the difference is, if you are a single proprietor, lahat ng assets mo kasali pag nagkaroon ka ng problema. Pero ang korporasyon, hindi yung asset ng korporasyon at saka yung asset mo bilang shareholder are totally different. So i-incorporate mo na lang, mas maganda. Kasi pag nagkaroon ng liability ng korporasyon, yung korporasyon lang habulin, hindi yung asset ng shareholders. Unless you have signed a joint and several liability pag nangutang ka. And normally man, yung mga bangko, papipirmahin ka ng joint and several liability. And be careful with that. Limit mo. Mga ganon. So, these are the things that, well, you can ask a lawyer, but it's good to know. It's good to know. Kaya nga requisites to eh. Kailangan alam mo. Ay. Tapos na. Legal core knowledge and support. Product warranty and after sales liability, expertise, technical experts, professional liability, sasabi kanina, design liability, contractual management, kailangan alam mo mag-manage ng kontrata. And residual liabilities, warranty. Paano mo i-handle ang warranties mo? Corporate citizenship, community service, sensitivity to local culture traditions. If you are operating in the Cordilleras, kailangan marunong kang how to do yung sayaw. Nangyari sa amin yan. Social responsibility, siyempre, hihingi si barangay ng donasyon. Makisama ka. Normal yun. Of course, ito mabigat. Passion and commitment. Asan ba yung team natin ngayon? Ng team ng convention, di ba? May passion and commitment. Yun. To become an entrepreneur, you have to have passion and commitment. Pag iyan mahina puso mo, huwag ka na lang magnegosyo. Madugo. It requires a lot of sleepless nights, and you have to have a good and service, product and service excellence, market leadership, after sales and professional relationships, and wag niyong kalimutan po, inclusive growth. Wag naman ikaw lang yung mayaman, pati empleyado mo dalin mo. Ang tawag na inclusive growth. Isama mo naman yung empleyado mo. Baka naman ikaw lang yung mayaman, mahirap naman. Okay? So, inclusive growth, huwag yung kalimutan. And therefore, I hope, balik mo. No, yan. Yan. Thank you very much and I hope that nakatulong tayo. And if there's an Q&A, o meron yatang susunod. Thank you very much at susunod ulit.
Ayan, thank you so much po, Engineer Garcia. Unfortunately, kasi we went over time po, we won't have the Q&A for this segment. So, pasensya na po. But we really appreciate, sir, your efforts. So, with that, we would like to present this certificate and token of appreciation to you. The citation reads, this Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated presents the Certificate of Appreciation to Engineer Adelino V. Garcia Jr. for his time, valuable insights, and expertise shared as resource speaker on the topic about engineering procurement construction challenges and suggested mitigation measure as applied to electrical works contracting during the 8th IIEE Metro Manila Conference Hybrid Edition with the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, held on August 4 to 6, 2022, given the 6th day of August 2022 at Novotel, Manila. All right, so our next session is actually an audiovisual presentation, but before we play that, we'll have the sales manager of Power Distribution Division from Eaton Singapore Private Limited to discuss about the cover view of presentation. So here is Miss Hazelyn Antonio. A big hand for her, please.
Hi, good afternoon. So right now, Eaton is actually reintroducing our brand to the market. So outside, you can see it there. We have our display at booth number 1 and booth number 2. So there you can see our UPS. We have 2 types of UPS there. We also have our busman fuses. We also have different types of circuit breaker and other components for our type-tested switch gear. So apart from the display outside, we also have micro data center edge computing. We also have DCIM, which is called Bright Layer. We have VCBs and relay. We have our MVSG, such as RMU. We have our own transformer, and our latest technology is actually EV charging stations, which we are also planning to launch in the coming weeks. So, but today, the main focus is going to of the presentation is going to be Huyu. Actually, Huyu is a brand that is bought by Eaton. 50% of it was bought by Eaton, and it's actually our way of addressing the economical demand here in the Philippine market. Huyu po is a circuit protection solution that is already present in many countries. But here in Southeast Asia, we are still launching it, and Philippines is actually the pilot country where we are introducing Huyu. So Huyu, we have display there of our circuit breaker, we have ACBs, we have ATS, we have contactors, and there are different series of Huyu breakers. So later on, we will be introducing it to you. So what our commercial plan is to appoint 3 distributors of Huyu here in the Philippines. Right now, we already have 2. We have 1 distributor here in Metro Manila. We also have 1 distributor in South, that will cover South and North Luzon. Some Monday, we are going to have a product launch of Huyu in Pampanga. May I call the Master of Ceremony to introduce our speaker, which is our Regional Product Marketing Manager in Singapore.
Yes, thank you so much, Ms. Hazelyn. Our our next speaker has 10 years of working experience in electrical engineering industry, focusing at low voltage products and system solutions. He is currently the regional product manager in Eaton, looking after the circuit protection product portfolio for East Asia region. He spearheaded the product launch in the region for Huyu product series under the joint venture of Eaton and Huanyu Group. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Mr. Felix Yin.
Very good afternoon to everyone who is joining us for today's presentation. Thank you very much. My name is Felix. I am working with Eaton and looking after the circuit protection products for East Asia region. And in today's presentation, I am very pleased to share with you about the latest release of Huyu products into the Philippines. And I am going to share with you some brief backgrounds of this Huanyu high-tech joint venture, and also at the same time to share with you what are the products available in the Philippines at the moment. Okay, without further ado, let's get started with the presentation.
Huanyu High-Tech is a joint venture between Eaton and Huanyu Group in the year 2021, adding Huyu product series into an extended portfolio besides what we have in Eaton currently. The Eaton products have put electrical safety and power efficiency as the top priority in terms of product design, at the same time managing the cost effectively to ensure affordability to the customer. This strategic alliance between Eaton and Huyu will bring the business of both companies into a new height, leveraging the best of both. Eaton has entered the APAC market since 1970s and is having a very strong presence in many countries in East Asia. We are guided by our commitment to do business right, to operate sustainably, and to help our customers manage power well, today and into the future as well. Huanyu Group was founded in 1989, headquartered in Zhejiang Province. After 30 years of development, Huanyu has taken the lead in electrical components, equipment, and solutions in China, with business coverage over 30 countries and regions in Europe, US, the Middle East, and Southeast Asia. With the establishment of the joint venture, Eaton will represent this JV to cover the market in East Asia. Bring Huyu brand close to your doorstep. Huanyu High-Tech carries more than 80 patents of inventions and utility models, and is recognized as CNAS National Certified Experiment Center. Huanyu has achieved numerous awards, such as National Enterprise of Keeping Promise and Honoring Contracts, National Customer Satisfaction Enterprise, National High-Tech Enterprise, Famous Business Name of Zhejiang Province, Zhejiang Green Enterprise, Zhejiang Large Taxpayers, and Wenzhou Mayor Quality Awards. Huanyu took the lead in passing the certification of ISO 9001 Quality Management System, ISO 14001 Environmental Management System, and ISO 45001 Occupational Health and Safety Management System. It has also passed more than 10 international certifications, such as KIMA, UL, CE, TÜV, and CB systems. Many products of Huyu have been evaluated as China Famous Brand Products, National Customer Satisfaction Product, and Zhejiang Famous Brand Products. The company is Zhejiang Manufacturing Quality Certified and owns the right to use the PIN label in Zhejiang Province. Technology and innovation is the engine to the company's growth. Huanyu invests more than 5% of the sales revenue in products, R&D, and technical innovations every year. And they also develop 28 series of low-voltage devices, instruments, and complete sets of equipment, and more than 1,000 specifications with proprietary intellectual property rights. By bringing in advanced R&D, production, and testing equipment, and utilizing 2D and 3D electronic and simulation tools. The products are all type tested against electrical endurance tests, mechanical endurance tests, EMC tests, material analysis, 3D projection, environment temperature tests, temperature rise tests, SGS tests, and etc. The company also have very long-term partnership with domestic test organizations and continuous growth in test, verification, and analysis capabilities, forming a solid guarantee to product research and development. This particular slide shows a very comprehensive portfolio of HUYU products as a global presence, ranging from high voltage product switchgears all the way down to the power socket systems in the household environment. Quality is the lifeline of a successful enterprise. With ISO 9000 as the foundation, HUYU keeps its quality commitment in customer-centric and value-based management system. Quality management is rooted on the entire product lifecycle of the HUYU product series, including product design, manufacturing, and after-sales services. In the recent years, the HUYU factory has pushed strongly in automizing and digitalizing the production process to further enhance the product quality and production efficiency, fulfilling its commitment to the customer with fast delivery and exceptional quality. In the pilot launch of HUYU products in East Asia, we have shortlisted the latest technology from HUYU, the Explorer series, covering the increasing demand of affordable low-voltage circuit protection products in the region. The Explorer series ranges from air circuit breakers, molded case circuit breakers, miniature circuit breakers, RCCBs, RCBOs, contactors, ATS, and so on, with brand new industrial design and upgraded safety protection in all rounds. With the first release in Philippines, we have started with MCCB and MCB as a pilot launch, and we will extend the product availability in the managed manner in the near future. EXM3 MCCB is built on a new platform with innovative technology completed with thermomagnetic trip units, electronic trip units, and earth leakage protection rated up to 1,250 amps. While on the same side, EXP3 series MCB, RCBO, RCCB, and switch disconnectors are built with comprehensive selections, supporting your daily needs for various applications with high breaking capacity and rated currents. It comes with innovative design and enhanced performance, with outstanding lifetime and complete range of accessories. As you may see in this particular slide, HUYU has been serving the market with strong and broad customer base, ranging from utilities, infrastructures, industrial applications, commercial and residential buildings, and so on. It makes a commitment to be the value-added products and solutions with high reliability and efficiency. The aim of the HUYU product is to go from China into the world, developing a global marketing network and logistics platform. The mega consortium of HUYU and Eaton is a great boost to the HUYU brand name. We are dedicated to value-added, high reliability, high efficiency, and smart electrical components and systematic solution for the customers. So before I end my today's presentation, please enjoy this video, which will give you a more in-depth understanding of this Eaton-HUYU joint venture. Thank you.
More safe for the electricity all the time. More reliable for the electricity everywhere. The electrical safety guard around you. Built from scratch, HUYU has developed into an integrated group of companies of research, production, and sales. We have been constantly devoting ourselves to the building up of the reliable brand in the electric area by concentrating in the manufacturing of LV electric components and providing the systematic solutions as well as the one-stop services to our esteemed clients. either big or small, and from design to certification. We cherish each and every chance given to us by our prestigious partners. We have kept investing 5% of our sales revenue to the product development and technical innovation yearly to keep up with the forefront of the new technologies in industry. The average input of around 10 million RMB is used for the purchasing and assembly of the state-of-the-art testing and manufacturing equipment, as well as improving the existing production facilities. Our products have been widely used in new energy, traditional energy, metallurgy, telecommunication, national power grid, transportation, and real estate, etc. Our clients range from the Three Gorges, Daqing Oil Field, Bayou Airport to the renowned real estate companies such as Honda and Wonka. From Beijing Winter Olympic Stadium, Shanghai Disneyland, the 7th Long Market Rockets to Hyundai, GE, and the hydropower plant in Georgia. Under the guideline of the China Silk and Road Initiative, we are willingly to embrace the whole world, have registered our trademark in more than 50 countries, and have obtained series of international certificates including KEMA, UL, CE, TUV, SNI, etc. We have supplied to more than 70 countries including Southeast Asia, European Union, Middle East, North America, Russia, etc. High above the cloud, we see the clear sky. Together with Huan Yu, we present ourselves to the world. Our vision is to build a world-renowned electric company. We are to contribute to the better life with more intelligent electrics.
All right, I hope everyone has enjoyed the video and also enjoyed my presentation for today. Thank you very much for your time. We are still having some time left, and think if you have any questions, feel free to ask me at the moment, and I will try my best to answer them as much as possible. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Hi, very good afternoon to everyone who is joining.
Ayan, thank you so very much po, Mr. Felix Sin and of course team for that. If you have any questions po about the presentation, please visit their booth so you get to see the demos as well. Ayan, the booth is at the exhibit. All right, and allow us, ma'am. I would like to invite Ms. Hazelyn Antonio and team to please receive this certificate of appreciation to be presented by the host chapter Vice President Internal, Engineer Alexandra A. Crespo, together with one of the Board of Directors, Engineer Erin Daniel Talamera. Thank you so much po, Mr. Felixin, for your time, valuable insights, and expertise shared as technical speaker on the topic about overview of FUYU product, Explore Series portfolio during the 8th IIEE Metro Manila Regional Conference Hybrid Edition with the theme, Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, held on August 4 to 6, 2022. Given the 6th day of August 2022, here at Novotel Manila, signed the officers. Thank you so much once again, Ms. Hazelyn Antonio and team. We are now down to our second to the last topic for the technical sessions. And we introduce our next speaker. He is an electronics engineer by profession, an ASEAN certified energy manager, and green building professional. He is currently the applications market developer of ABB Incorporated, supporting the development of smart power application for buildings and data center in Asia and Middle East. Here is Engineer Job Mayo IV to discuss about EMAX 2 air circuit breaker. Palakpakan po natin si Sir.
Hello. Test. Okay? Okay naman. Yeah. So, hi. Magandang tanggalin ko. Sorry. Oh, hindi kasi ako nakapag-ahit eh. So, yeah, magandang hapon. Magandang hapon sa ating lahat. So, okay pa. Yeah, so ako po si Job. I'm part of the applications market developer ng ABB, supporting data centers and building segment. For different applications covering Philippines and covering Asia and Middle East. But I am here today to discuss, more or less to give everyone an overview on actually nag-iisang air circuit breaker ni ABB as of this point, yung EMAX 2, which is our offering for the Philippine market as well. So yeah, so let me go ahead and proceed with the presentation. So the first one would be to give you an overview kung bakit ginawa ni ABB itong EMAX 2. Primarily, this is to ease out yung design and planning ng ating mga designers. At the same time, simplify yung startup and commissioning of the switchboards or the circuit breakers. And lastly, of course, pinaka-importante sa lahat would be to simplify the operation and services. For example, remote monitoring, advanced functionalities. So hindi na lang siya typical LSIG functions for overload and short circuit protection. So meron pa siyang iba pang functionalities aside from the typical air circuit breaker functions. Okay, sige. Yun. Thank you. Salamat, sir. Okay. So the objective is really to deliver value through the entire customer journey, from the design, specification, construction, and up to preventive maintenance and syempre for monitoring functionalities as well. So technically, the concept of the SACE EMAX 2 is to provide, aside from the typical protection, is to provide efficiency as well in the electrical systems, which will create the new standard in performance, control, connectivity, and syempre ease of use. Later on, probably, if I still have time, I'd be digging deep dun sa different functionalities na binabanggit dito. So apat to, performance, control, connectivity, and ease of use. So again, as mentioned, the EMAX 2 is more than a circuit breaker. It's typically, we call it a smart circuit breaker, an intelligent circuit breaker. This is part of the intelligent distribution na tinatawag namin as part na application for different segments such as buildings and data centers. So as mentioned, first functionality is first and foremost safety. One of the reasons why we are computing the short circuit, the overload, and doing the protection coordination in our designs is primarily because of the protection na kailangan nating iset. Maprotektahan natin yung mga wires natin and syempre the property. So aside from that, syempre it will offer advanced functions, especially for critical infrastructure such as microgrids and other distribution systems. So aside from the protection function, syempre, the measurement capability, it has embedded measuring capability. So for facilities that would need to comply to the RA 11285 energy efficiency and conservation law, wherein they would need to have a sort of energy management systems in place to be integrated in the facility, this is probably worth the investment kasi we will be avoiding additional costs on the meters, we will be avoiding additional costs on the wires, and at the same time, syempre, lowering yung cost ng material pag mina-manufacture natin yung switchboard. Additional function is really the logics. For functionalities such as load shedding, peak shaving, this is the way to go. The logics are embedded already in the trip unit. We just need to program it using the commissioning tool and it's all set. Pwede na nating gawan ng logic. For example, at a certain time of the day, we disconnect the non-critical loads to prevent to prevent attaining or to prevent arriving to the certain threshold ng peak kilowatt demand natin. And lastly, of course, connectivity. This is very important, lalo na ngayon. We're going towards industrial revolution 4.0, wherein everything is connected. So this is one thing na tinatry namin ibida sa market. It's primarily because this air circuit breaker can accommodate 2 to 3 simultaneous communication protocols. For redundancy, for example, we are planning to integrate it into a building management system, and there's another system for SCADA and another one for energy management. This is something na pwede nating magawa simultaneously. We are able to communicate up to 3 to 4 communications protocol. So again, Magic 4, protection, measurement, logics, and connectivity. So more or less, it's something na tinatry natin ipakilala sa market kasi this is something na kumbaga, this is something that where we are gearing towards to. We are trying to innovate things, at the same time simplify para mapadali natin yung mga trabaho natin as engineers of different facilities. Now, when it comes to performance, I have a short video here, but technically the idea of this video is really to provide you information on the footprint. Kasi the idea is it has a compact footprint, a compact dimension, but mataas yung KA rating niya and mataas yung capability niya. And in turn, we are able to reduce the footprint or the dimensions up to 25%. And syempre, volume saving of 25%. So in turn, this will reduce the cost in the material pagdating sa pagmamanufacturer ng switchboard. And syempre, pinaka-important sa mga kasama natin sa architectural field yung leasable areas napapaliit natin eh. So instead na malaki yung electrical room, napapaliit natin because mas maliit yung switchboards natin. So again, in terms of performance, we have 4 construction sizes. We have 4 ampere frames depending on the ampere trip na rene-require natin. We are able to accommodate high short circuit rating. It has optimized design for higher current carrying capacity. And syempre, the embedded functionalities. Kasi we're already using smart trip units, which will, as mentioned kanina, which makes the circuit breaker smarter, more intelligent, and connected to various management systems in place. So as mentioned, in terms of benefits, reduced equipment footprint, reduced busbar length, nalilesen natin yung cost ng copper natin because mas maiksi yung mga busbars natin. And syempre, yung metal sheet because of the smaller footprint. So mas maliit yung panel surface natin. So, as mentioned kanina, we have 4 construction frames from 1,600 up to 6,300. So, technically, kung titingnan ninyo, the width is quite small. For 1,600 ACB, it can fit within 300 to 400 millimeters na width ng switchboard. And that goes the same with the 6,300. So, 1 to 1.2 meter, pasok na siya. So again, that would depend still on the panel fabricator, but the idea is we can reduce cost by making the switchboards more compact and more and smaller pagdating sa manufacturing. So the circuit breakers are available in fixed and withdrawable versions. Trip units across all family, we're using Equip Touch, Equip Deep, and Equip High Touch trip units. Medyo konti lang yung variants, pero very powerful. Medyo modular yung ano niya, application niya, and pwedeng palitan in case na kailangan mag-upgrade. It has the same auxiliary terminal box. In terms of height and depth, medyo halos pareho yung dimensions, yung volumetric dimensions ng 2,000 amps up to 6,200 amps. Improved pole performance and new high energy operating mechanism. It is available in different variants depending on the standards, but for the Philippines, we are offering the IEC based standard. Medyo this is something that we are also trying to push for the Philippine market talaga. But if there are instances that UL listed ACB is required, we can also offer it under UL 1066 na standard. Lastly, for renewables, we have air circuit breakers as well for DC application. Pero hindi na electronic trip unit yung gamit. Thermal magnetic protection na siya. But then again, for 600 volts DC or 800 volts DC, we have applications for such using this air circuit breaker models. So as you can see here, for the ampere frame na E1.2, we are offering from 42 kA up to 66 kA, from 630 amps to 1,250 amps. In terms of mechanical operation, medyo mataas, nasa 20,000 siya. And yung medyo medyo bentahe natin sa kanya is really the width. Medyo maliit siya. It can fit within a 400 millimeter width na switchboard. Now, for a higher rating, from 800 amps, typically dito sa atin, most cases na nakikita ko sa design, pagka 800 amps and above, nag-ACB na tayo eh. Pero may mga instances na overlapping yung ranges ng ACB at saka MCCB. But in this case, we can offer, pag nag-ACB na tayo, we can offer 800 to 2,500 amps. This goes the same with ICU or the ultimate short circuit breaking capacity. Medyo mataas na rin siya. It can accommodate up to 100 kA at 440 volts. And minsan pagka 690 volts, mas mababa lang, 85 kA. Pero bihira lang naman tayo gumagamit ng 690 volts eh. Now, pagka nag-selectivity tayo, nag-coordination tayo, nag-inject tayo ng time delay, we are able to accommodate or we are able to sustain an 85 kA short circuit withstand within 1 second. Now, medyo mataas, 4,000 amps, up to 4,000 amps. Siyempre, medyo mataas na rin. We are looking at a higher short circuit breaker rating. It can accommodate up to 100 to 150 kA, depending on the voltage. Again, we're looking at a much compact switchboard. Can fit a 600 millimeter for a 3-pole or 800 millimeter for 4-pole na switchboard. And this can we are able to use fully rated neutral on the 4th pole in cases na typical, minsan kasi nag-50% neutral tayo, but in most cases we are able to accommodate up to 100% neutral. And lastly, the highest rating is up to 6,300 amps. So it's approximately 150 kA to 120 kA, 120 to 150 with a short circuit withstand of 120 kA within 1 second. So pagka nag-coordinate tayo, kaya niya pang ma-attain yung 120 kA for 1 second time delay. Now, ang idea nito is really to give you an idea, to give you guys an overview kung gaano kung ano yung mga developments or ano yung mga innovations na ginawa ni ABB to make this circuit breaker small and powerful at the same time. So, we've utilized high stored energy to increase short circuit behavior. We've utilized vertical springs, increasing the compactness of the circuit breaker. Siyempre, the kinematics or the movements are improved to reduce the stress and the mechanical life. And this is a short video again showing this. When we operate it in terms of the the push button, we are able to see yung movement niya because through the spring and through the indicators. So once we push the push on, the indicators go up together with the spring. Mas maiksi yung travel niya, thus reducing yung arc incident niya. So medyo siya, ito yung niya, kumbaga dissected view niya. Most of the time may cover naman siya. So yan. Okay, now for new poles, this is one also good na development na ginawa ni ABB para so that we can make the circuit breaker more compact and powerful. We've shortened the current path, thus reducing yung resistance and power losses. Syempre, if we have power losses, if we reduce the power losses, the circuit breaker will be more efficient, more energy efficient. We've utilized circular pole to to make the current distribution more uniform. So bilog siya yung yung poles natin. And syempre, we are utilizing different arc breaking plates, inspectable arc chambers para lang makita natin yung yung effect niya, arc cutting barriers and arc chambers for gas for reduction ng gas emission during opening and during closing kasi yun yung critical eh. So this is again ito opening to. Of course, during the opening we are there's always an instance ng ng arcing. So makita nyo umangat yung niya, yung gas niya going towards the arc chambers to prevent any untoward incident during during opening or vice versa during closing, ganun din eh. And of course, as mentioned kanina, this has embedded monitoring capabilities. We can connect this to ABB Cloud, ABB Energy and Asset Manager for a standalone energy monitoring system. Very important, especially for when we're trying to monitor yung energy accounting centers natin for energy management. And as advised, it has at least class 1 accuracy, certified under IEC 61557-12, which is a standard for power measuring devices. So imagine, this is already a circuit breaker that's certified for monitoring and measuring under 61557-12. And lastly, data availability, we are able to, when this is connected to a cloud, instantaneous values and historical trends are made available. Very important, lalo na if there are instances na nagkaroon ng sag, nagkaroon ng swells or any power quality issues, we are able to see it using the ABB Ability Energy and Asset Manager via the measurement capabilities ng air circuit breaker na to. Okay, now for control functionalities, of course, I'd like to demonstrate or I'd like to show here yung application for microgrid. But in some cases, this is also applicable for buildings or different facilities that has renewable energy or that would need an integration to a certain renewable energy supply. So we have 5 functionalities here. We have adaptive functionalities. We have dual sources, dual settings, and etc. etc. Later on, I'll show it to you. So as you can see in the diagram here, we have a certain building that has multiple sources. We have a microgrid source. We have a renewable energy resource, and we have the grid. Now, to guarantee selectivity, we have what we call the adaptive protection. This is important because it takes into account the different variation of the short circuit power when moving from on-grid to off-grid operation. The fault current differs when supplied by utility or local generation. Yung circuit breaker na to adapts automatically with the protection thresholds, ensuring protection under any condition. Now, the idea here is that this circuit breaker can accommodate 2 different settings. We can accommodate setting A for normal operation and setting B for renewable energy or generator or arc flash protection operation. So this is something na I think we are one of the few circuit breaker manufacturers that has this capability. Kasi in some cases, the idea is really pag gumawa tayo ng coordination settings natin or selectivity settings natin, in some cases, isa lang yung kino-consider natin. It's during normal operation. But the problem is, pag nag-shift ka to another resource, iba na rin yung short circuit, ano yan eh. Iba na rin yung short circuit at saka iba na rin yung long time set parameters niyan. So, one way to accommodate yung varying sources is to adapt the protection settings of the circuit breaker. This will enable us to protect the facility and at the same time protect yung ating other resources within the facility. Now, we also have what we call the embedded transfer switching. Typically, this is used for energy storage or whatnot. It includes an embedded solution to switch from the main power circuit to another power source, ensuring service continuity and source optimization. The EMAX2, via its digital communication, ensures an ultra-fast data exchange between the device and the network. Now, ang idea nito is that typically, pagka nagko-coordination tayo, minsan may mga breakers na pareho ng size upstream at saka downstream. Meron kaming tinatawag na digital selectivity. It's what we usually use pag we're talking about zone selective interlocking or selectivity using IEC 61850. Typically, it's an advanced functionality, but it's something that that helps the power system more reliable. Kasi hindi na natin kailangan palitan yung magkapareho na breaker. Pwede na natin gawing totally coordinated silang dalawa kahit magkapareho sila ng size using digital communications. This is something na, again, we're trying to educate para at least we can utilize yung full functionality nung pagiging intelligent or pagiging smart nitong circuit breaker na to. Interface protection, of course, this is what this happens during transferring or during synchronization. The EMAX2 circuit breaker has the capability to measure the three critical components pagdating sa synchronicity. We're looking at voltage, phase difference, at saka yung frequency. In most cases, during closing and opening, nagsa-soft transition tayo or nag-open transition tayo to make sure that the three parameters na yon are in sync. However, in some cases, may mga cases na na hindi natin siya mape-prevent, lalo na kung merong for example, meron tayong inahabol na production output na hindi tayo pwede magkaroon ng downtime with a very slight loss ng power. So we have what we call the interface protection to check yung tatlong parameters na yun to make sure na bago tayo mag-switch to another source, in sync siya dun sa source, the first source or the second source, para ma-prevent natin yung possible downtime or yung pagsasalubong ng ating mga different resources. Siyempre, we have, again, one thing, additional functionality is really the power controller. Ito, I think mas ma-appreciate nyo pag pinlay ko itong video na to. So for a certain office, we're looking at multiple circuit breakers, we're looking at multiple loads, and ngayon matunog, electric vehicle charging station. Paano ba natin siya i-incorporate sa design natin, lalo na kung existing yung facility? So this is one way to look at it. We have a feeder for the EV charging station. Pagka umabot tayo sa peak demand, the air circuit breaker can signal the opening of other circuit breakers to prevent the going to the specific threshold. So this will provide peak shaving capabilities, and syempre hindi natin masasaturate yung transformer natin dahil we are able to disconnect yung non-critical loads. Katulad nito, dinisconnect niya yung EV charging station during peak load. So makita natin dito, may threshold tayo. So instead of going upwards pagdating sa trend, because of the algorithm ng trip unit natin, we are able to signal downstream to open the circuit breaker, preventing the power system from exceeding the threshold, yung peak demand threshold natin. So for typically, these are used for industrial plants and smart cities and buildings. It allows savings pagdating sa electricity bill. It reduces power management costs. Pagka naka-embed na yung smart trip unit natin, it reduces additional cost on monitoring systems. It's quite simple to install. More or less, pagka nandyan na yung circuit breaker, it's just a matter of purchasing the additional software to upload dun sa trip unit natin para maging capable tayo for power controlling. And it is able to control up to 15 loads. Lalo na kung nasa low voltage switchgear tayo, we can send signals to the downstream circuit breakers or air circuit breakers for opening or closing, for peak shaving or load shedding functionalities. So as you can see here, this is a patented algorithm which is more or less the same algorithm na fina-follow natin pagka nagme-measure yung mga electricity meters natin. It's the measuring and the calculation is done every 15 minutes. Katulad nung pagme-measure ng mga meters ni utility, every 15 minutes yung checking nila para sa peak demand. So it follows the same algorithm, but it is embedded in the trip unit. So this is an example of the architecture. So makikita natin, we can do it using air circuit breaker down to the molded case circuit breaker. Lalo na if we're using also the T-Max XT circuit breaker, which is using the same trip unit as the E-Max 2. Or we can use it using an additional air circuit breaker downstream. And lastly, we are able to minimize downtime for service continuity and limit the downtime costs. So when the grid is disconnected, the E-Max 2 avoids microgrid blackouts by quickly disconnecting the non-priority loads, katulad ng pinakita natin kanina. Okay, now let me go ahead discuss yung trip units para maging ganitong functionality to. So we are using the eKIP trip units as mentioned kanina. We're utilizing the dual processor technology which ensures excellent reliability and immunity to any EMC or yung RF. The main board measuring current and performing self-protection functions. We have what we call the watchdog, which utilizes different methodologies to measure yung self-diagnostics ng ating circuit breaker. Minsan, in some cases, nag-schedule tayo ng maintenance every 6 months or every certain period of time. But with the embedded watchdog capability ng ating trip units, we are able to see yung health ng circuit breakers. Okay. So as advised kanina, as mentioned kanina, this circuit breaker has direct access. We can access it using the internet, using different communication protocols. We are able to commission it using the Bluetooth or using the eKIP Connect software direct to the circuit breaker. Pagdating sa settings, we are able to do proactive maintenance or predictive maintenance with a helpful indicator that identifies when the circuit breaker needs routine maintenance. And syempre, as mentioned, mobile connectivity. So ito yung tatlong variants ng aming mga trip units. We have the simplest one, which is the eKIP Dip. The second one is the eKIP Touch. Touchscreen na siya. And the third one is the eKIP High Touch. We also have a variant for generator protection. So lalagyan lang natin ng G, yung eKIP G Touch or yung eKIP G High Touch. Now, the common functionalities can be found sa eKIP Dip. Nandito yung LSIG, yung long time, short time, instantaneous at saka ground fault protection. It has thermal memory para ma-prevent yung resetting or reclosing kahit during instances na mainit pa yung ating conductor. And syempre the typical requirements would be the LED signals for the trip causes. Syempre, this is very important para mas madali magkaroon ng diagnostics or troubleshooting sa circuit breaker. Now, we have the mid-range or the eKIP Touch. This is a touch screen trip unit. It is upgradable and customizable and has advanced functionalities depending on the requirement. We can also program ANSI 27 and ANSI 67 or other advanced protection. this trip unit is ready for measuring and it has an embedded Bluetooth technology. Now during the reason why we are highlighting also yung connectivity is primarily because for the safety of the personnel. Instead of going near for example the arc flash boundary ng switchgear, we are able to get data or check the health of the circuit breaker using Bluetooth technology, using the cell phone, using a certain app na free naman. So it's just a matter of knowing the name of that circuit breaker and download the Equip Connect app. We can utilize it to check, for example, yung readings or yung health and yung other parameters ng circuit breaker. Thus, lowering the probability of any untoward arc flash incidents. We call this actually the passive arc flash protection. And lastly, for Equip High Touch, this has advanced functionalities. Halos pareho lang naman siya ng Equip Touch, pero yung functionality niya is it has what we call yung katulad ng binabanggit ko kanina, yung dual settings for smart grids and arc flash applications. It has directional protection, lalo na kung naka-mesh yung power system natin. It also has yung logic selectivity. So this is one way of knowing kung ano yung mga pipiliin natin na trip units. Kung critical yung facility, we can go towards Equip Touch or Equip High Touch. If the facility is non-critical, probably a residential facility, we can go for Equip Dip or Equip Touch. If we're looking at embedding the energy management system, the circuit breaker to the energy management system, we can use Equip Touch or Equip High Touch. Now, this is more or less a summary of different applications. So, katulad ng binanggit ko po kanina, aside from the three variants, yung Dip, Touch, at saka High Touch, meron siyang generator protection variant. Very important kasi for generator protection variant, we always need to also protect the generator. So, meron siyang reverse overcurrent, over frequency protection, reverse overcurrent or over voltage protection to prevent yung feedback coming from the facility going towards the generator. So common features, as mentioned, it has high accuracy in terms of measurement. It is self-supplied. It is excellent. It has yung watchdog technology for monitoring or self-diagnostics. And syempre yung test functionality, secondary current injection and all, trip data storage and connectivity to different supervisory control network or building management systems. Again, for Equip Dip, these are the functionalities, the typical ones. Ito yung madalas na magagamit ninyo, I'm sure. But in most cases, halos ano lang rin naman, konti lang naman yung difference niya. In most cases, we are proposing Equip Touch. This is what we call the smart trip unit. It is complete. It is configurable to match different applications. It has different ANSI code protection depending on your requirement. As mentioned, it's touchscreen and it has a data logger. Now for the high touch, I think ang pinaka-importante dito is the directional protection for complex grid. Kunwari naka-mesh tayo or naka-ring yung low voltage side natin, or we have what we call the double threshold for minimum maximum voltage and frequency. Dual settings, and syempre very important for power quality analysis, the network analyzer. So isa lang rin kami isa rin ang AC air circuit breaker na to sa mga air circuit breakers sa market na merong network analyzer functionality. For power quality analysis, we are able to see yung sinusoidal natin, may parang scope na siya embedded dun sa trip unit. Makikita natin siya dun sa screen. So lastly, syempre connectivity. Baliwala ang pagiging smart ng isang circuit breaker kung hindi siya capable to connect or mahirap siyang i-integrate sa management systems. So, just to highlight things, it is gateway free, reduces the space with maximum reliability because of redundancy capabilities. And syempre, it also has relays or logics. So plug and play yung communication cartridge niya. It has a wide range of field bus devices. So from the common ones, nandito. So from the common ones, we are able to integrate it via Modbus, Profibus, Ethernet, and other common open protocols. And we have also the direct communication going to the cloud, which is what we call the eKeep link for possible integration to the ABB Ability Energy and Asset Manager. So this is one way of looking at it. So for example, there's a facility, we're looking at a switchgear with an embedded monitoring, embedded meter. We are able to get data coming from the switchgear remotely. Ito yung sample ng data na nakikita natin. Meron tayong parang dashboard and whatnot. Measurements, makita natin dito may voltage, ampere, at saka yung power. And also, pagdating sa communication, this is also one way to look at it. We are able to connect different circuit breakers as well as its accessories for monitoring and communicate it via the local bus. And another one to communicate via the eKeep link system para makonect natin sa isang HMI. And also get yung readings natin either dun sa computer na remotely or dito sa local HMI natin. So we are able to control it also, opening, closing, and all, considering na meron tayong motors. And lastly, system bus. For example, Modbus or Profibus. Ito, we are able to connect it to seven communication protocol. This is, I think, one of the most open. This is one of the circuit breakers na merong maraming communication protocol na pwedeng ma-integrate from Modbus RTU, TCP, Profibus, DeviceNet, Ethernet, Profinet, and even the new standard for substation automation, which is the IEC 61850, para ma-connect natin siya sa relays sa protection relays for selective coordination and all. So ganito yung itsura niya, yung communication modules natin. Nakalagay lang siya sa ibabaw ng ating mga trip units. Mamaya ipapakita ko kung paano siya kinakabit or paano siya nilalagay. So as mentioned, modules, the communication modules can be used simultaneously. So kung meron kang Modbus, pwede tayong magdagdag pa ng isang Profibus or ng isa pang IEC 61850 para simultaneous yung pagbabato niya ng data. May redundancy pagdating sa protection and may redundancy pagdating sa data transmission. Okay, so ease of use. I think this is the last portion of the presentation. Of course, we have the rack-in, rack-out system. It provides yung safe lifting tool driven by mobile part inception. Pwedeng automatic, pwedeng manual. And of course, the position indicator, kung anong stage na siya during racking in or racking out. And safe insertion for clearance. Kailangan, syempre, bago tayo mag-rack in or rack out, kailangan safe yung methodologies. So this is again one example of the video. So for example, we're trying to rack in. So meron tayong cradle, meron tayong tool to carry yung or yung clip for carrying the air circuit breaker itself going towards the cartridge. And highlighting yung interlocking niya, yung safety procedures niya. So hindi natin siya mapupush or hindi natin siya mararack in hangga't hindi natin napupush yung safety button. And as mentioned, yung indicators nandiyan din. And kita yung visibility niya sa connections niya. Charging, closed. So pagka naka-close siya, hindi rin natin siya mara-rack out because of the safety feature niya. So again, we need to open the circuit and then push the button for safety, and then further connect. Okay. Now, accessorizing, medyo madali lang, as medyo smart na siya, medyo modular na. So this is also a good video. So this is kumbaga pagpapalit ng ng trip unit, I think. Yeah. Paglalagay ng auxiliaries. So opening coil, closing coil. Yan. So nasa isang lang siya, nasa isang area lang siya for accessorizing. Ready to close for ikip trip. Tsaka ready to close para doon sa indicators. So very simple. If there's a need for additional training for this, we'd be more than willing to deep dive para mas ma-monitor. Ito yung motor natin for remote operations, for charging and all. And then for aux 6Q for signaling. And syempre, the terminals, actually across all EMAX family, pareho lang rin ng terminals, naka-push pin lang siya. Okay. Ito is yung additional safety features, key locks and all. Yan. So pagka nakalock, syempre hindi natin mapupush on. Minsan kasi may mga malilikat yung kamay. So may mga ibang facility na talaga disuse, lalo na pag critical yung facility. Even sa sa Okay. Auxiliary terminals, push pin lang naman to, hindi ko na siya i-highlight pagdating sa video. More or less pagdating sa cartridge, I think ito yung medyo kasi this highlights yung compactness ng circuit breaker. Hindi natin kailangan ng external gateway to incorporate it to building management system or to communicate it to supervisory control. So this is, I think, one way to do it. So as mentioned kanina, push pin yung natin, mga terminals natin for the auxiliaries. So this reduces yung pag-screw pag nagto-terminate. Then ito yung communication cartridges. So meron tayong power supply, meron tayong Modbus, and meron tayong TCP. So these are the communication families. It comes with a redundant communication module for redundancy purposes, para minsan kasi ginagamit natin for zone selective interlocking yung communications natin. So sa mas maliit na circuit breaker, 3, sa malaki hanggang 6,300, 4 na modules yung pwede nating mailagay. So makikita nyo maliit lang siya, nasa ibabaw lang siya ng breaker. Hindi na natin itong breaker na to, once malagay natin yung communication modules, lilinyahan na lang natin ng RS485 or ng Cat6 para ma-integrate natin siya sa management system. And doon sa maliit na circuit breaker, nakita nyo yung nasa kanan, na lang siya, 3 lang. Pero I think that's for the 1,200 amps. Sa mga malalaki, starting from 2,000 amps up to 6,300 amps, ano siya, hanggang 4 na modules. Ito lang flexibility pagdating sa terminals, pwede nating horizontal, pwedeng vertical. It's just a matter of removing the screws or replacing the lugs. So pareho siya for the supply side and for the load side. Pwede nating bali-balik na rin siya. And syempre for other connections as well. Direct connect. Okay? Indicators for visible tripping. Pag nagkaroon ng fault or ng trip, makikita natin agad visually. Accurate position indicator pagdating sa racking in and racking out. Terminal boxes na may labels and markings dun sa circuit breaker. And lastly, ease of use pagdating sa commissioning. Software na lang siya. Free yung software sa pagko-commission or pagko-connect dun sa circuit breaker. I think yung pinaka-important is kailangan ma-purchase yung connector going towards the circuit breaker. So pagdating sa settings, or pwede niyo naman galawin yung touch screen for the settings, but this is one way of doing it using the eKeep Connect. This is a software provided by ABB. Pwede natin gawin dito yung secondary current injection, monitoring, measuring ng different parameters via laptop or via the eKeep mobile using Bluetooth. So this will save at 250% time saved during trip units commissioning. And syempre, since we are talking about modular, we're talking about scalability, if there are instances, for example, that we're looking at lower capacity and then we're looking at phases to include probably an additional functionality in the future, meron tayong what we call the marketplace. Bibilin lang natin yung firmware niya or yung software niya, ipapatch lang natin siya doon sa trip unit. Magkakaroon na tayo ng additional functionalities for the air circuit breakers. So in summary, again, matagal, sorry. Pero in summary, the EMAX2 air circuit breaker can provide protection functionality, logic functionality, measurements, and connectivity. Medyo marami-rami siya for a circuit breaker, but it's something na I think that would justify yung innovation na ginawa ng ABB to push for a more sustainable and smart facility na ginagamitan ng ating circuit breakers. So as mentioned, pagdating sa protection, aside from the typical LSIG overcurrent protection, we have the interface protection, generator protection, distribution protection, and even the adaptive protection. Pagdating naman sa measurements, we are able to, again, IEC 61557-12 certified for measuring the current, power energy, power quality, even voltages, and even the power quality. Now for logic, syempre, aside from the typical na signaling na ginagawa natin for the indicators, we are also able to do fast load shedding, peak shaving, slow load shedding, and even embedded transfer switching. Minsan, pagka ginamit natin yung embedded transfer switching na open transition, minsan hindi na natin kailangan ng ATS controller, trip unit to trip unit communication na lang. And syempre, synchro reclosing, again, yung tatlong parameters, frequency, phase angle, at saka voltage. Kailangan ma-check niya before closing or transferring to another load. And syempre, interlocking ng medium voltage relay to the low voltage trip unit. And lastly, remote monitoring, field monitoring, and cloud-based monitoring. Name it, pagka kailangan yung integrate ang circuit breaker or ang power system ninyo, kailangan nyo ng power monitoring, power management, EMAX2, pwede na natin magawa yan. We can do it simultaneously using different protocols. Again, Modbus, Profibus, etc. etc. If we're looking at IEC 61850 going towards the low voltage, pwede rin natin magawa yan. So, it's typically, kumbaga, nilagay na natin lahat ng different devices into one, embedded in the EMAX2 air circuit breaker, from relays up to sensors, up to embedded ATS and PLCs and gateways. It also functions as a gateway itself kasi we can communicate downstream devices going to the air circuit breaker, and the air circuit breaker would consolidate all of the data coming from the downstream and then throw the data going to the ABB Ability Energy and Asset Manager. So with that, ito po yung aking contact details, and pwede nyong i-scan or picturean. Pwede nyo po kaming kausapin if you have any projects or requirements. Nandyan rin yung mga kasama ko, si Jen at si Junie. They are the sales for the Philippines. So please feel free to get in touch with us. So with that, thank you so much and congratulations, MMR.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, EMAX 2 Air Circuit Breaker by Engineer Job Mayo IV. So we'll have the Q&A via our Zoom conferencing na lamang po. So Engineer Mayo will do his best to answer all your questions. Thank you once again, sir, and please receive po this certificate of appreciation presented by our chapter host, Vice President, and one of the members of the board of directors. This certificate of appreciation is presented to Engineer Job R. Mayo IV for his time, valuable insights, and expertise shared as technical presenter. On the topic about EMAX 2 Air Circuit Breaker during the 8th IIEE Metro Manila Regional Conference Hybrid Edition. Maraming salamat po. Now, we are down to our last topic, our last technical session for this year's regional conference. And our speaker will be joining us online via Zoom conferencing. And he will be talking about how to start a construction firm. He is a professional electrical engineer and currently works as the president and CEO of Solicar Construction and Supply Incorporated and the managing director of Solicar Engineering Review Center and Services. He took his BS in electrical engineering and his master's degree in engineering power system at University of Mindanao. He was the 2014 president of IIEE Davao Chapter, 2015 Regional Governor IIEE Southern Mindanao, and the 2021 Chairman of TCPDC. He's also a member of Engineers Australia and the National Vice President of United Professional Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Engineer Joseph Darren Claire S. Solicar. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, can I share my screen? Okay, so good afternoon. Klaro po ba, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Hello. Hello. Okay, so once again, good afternoon. So I would like to present. By the way, I am the last presenter speaker this afternoon. So my topic is about how to start a construction firm. Okay, so my name is Joseph Darren Claire S. Solicar. Okay. So presently, the president of Solicar Construction and Supply Incorporated, managing director of Solicar Engineering Review Center and Services, and electrical consultant of Y Techniques Pty Ltd, Canberra, Australia. Then we have electrical consultant of various projects in Davao region. So this is the professional organization. So na-mention na kanina. Then ito na lang, no? Member po tayo ng Society of Building Services Engineering Australia. Then presently the charter president of Davao Mariao Eagles Club, Davao Region 2. And the first president of University of Mindanao Panabo High School Alumni Association. So I need to hurry because closing na po tayo in a while. So ito po yung mga software skills, special skills po natin. Yung ginamit nating software, may license software tayo is ePower Tools. Then we have we use also AC Power, then ETAP, Power Pack, PowerCAD, Dialux Evo lighting modeling 2D and 3D, and AGI 32 for the street lighting, and then AutoCAD. And right now we are studying about the Revit software for our coming projects. Now the overview is to set up a construction firm is a great challenge to every electrical engineer or every individual who wish to establish their own company, especially to those who are presently employed. So dati I am the nagtrabaho po ako, no, as professor of the University of Mindanao way back 1997 to 2008. Then nag-abroad ng Australia, then 4 years. Then after that, I resigned my job, then start my own business here in the Philippines. So that's why this presentation will be based on the experiences of being employed and former OFW that founded our own company with vision and mission that within 5 years, the company will be included as one of the known contractor in the local market. So we have here the outline. So I need to talk about my experiences. Then after that, why I established my own company, the company profile. I teach you how to create a company profile, a simple company profile. Then we have the government permits. So ito yung mga requisites para magkaroon tayo ng business permit. Then the next one is, siyempre, mayroon ka ng business permit, paano natin humanap ng project? So how to find projects? Then of course, after nakakita natin ang project, so we need to, yung na-award na sa inyo, we need to know the construction stages, yung mga important points lang, no? So we'll not talk about more in project management because we are kulang po tayo sa oras. Then the basic office management. So kailangan po natin ito. Then after that, kailangan po natin ng acquiring of equipment and assets. Then kakaroon po tayo ng conclusion. Okay, so as mentioned kanina, I was the professor of the University of Mindanao 1997 to 2008. Then 2001 up to present, the managing director of Solicar Engineering Review Center and Services. Then in 2008, I resigned my job as professor. Then nag-abroad po tayo in Australia. 2008-2010 as electrical engineer of ITC Group Pty Ltd, Canberra, Australian Capital Territory. Then kasi binili yung company ng Cardno, so I know may pamilya po ninyo ang Cardno kasi may Cardno dito sa Philippines. So binili po ng Cardno yung company ng ITC Group Pty Ltd. So lumipat kami to a bigger office. So electrical engineer po tayo ng Cardno ITC Pty Ltd, the same in Canberra. Then we have, I resigned dahil po yung wala nang project, no, doon sa company namin. So binayaran po kami, lumipat ako sa Y Techniques Pty Ltd, Canberra, Australia. Senior electrical engineer po tayo. So pagkatapos niyan, pag nag-apply po, nagbakasyon po ako ng Davao, nag-apply po ako ng PEE way back 2011. Then pagkatapos niyan, nang pumasa po ako 2012, nagtrabaho na po ako dito sa senior engineer na nang pumasa po ako ng PPE na I decided na mag-resign ako sa job as senior electrical engineer of this company. Then bumalik ako sa Pilipinas. So I thought pag PE ka na, marami ka ng project agad. So hindi pala, you need a lot of hard work. Okay, then nag-start ko yung company, no? 2017 to present. So from 2012 November, dito na ako sa Philippines. Pagkatapos 2013, naging vice president po tayo ng IAEA internal Davao chapter. Then during this time, doon po tayo kasi hindi tayo handa, wala tayong ipon. Pagkatapos naghihirap po tayo dito, no? Halos wala na yung savings, yung kunting savings po natin from Australia. So daming mga financial crisis, no? So yun, sa 2013 up to nagiging regional governor po tayo, from president po 2014, then 2015 regional governor. So when I can still remember na pag pumunta kami sa mga convention, pumunta na Manila, yung allowance ko po ay 2,000 lang kasi walang budget para para may allowance tayo malaki doon sa pumunta na Manila, pumunta na mga conferences as regional governor ng Southern Mindanao. So buti nila mayroon ng kaibigan na regional governor ng Cebu sa Eastern Visayas, si Engineer Willie Canizares. So siya, marami siyang bala, marami siyang dala. So siya yung nag-delivery sa akin. So then right now, electrical consultant po tayo sa previous company ko in Australia, White Techniques Pty Ltd. So yung project po namin, we conducted, no, sa Sulicar Construction, we conducted a arc plus analysis for White Techniques Pty Ltd. Then if you're planning to have your own company, so first thing you need to make your own company profile. So kailangan may overview, history, vision, mission, organizational chart, products, and line services. Ano yung expertise mo? So dapat lagay mo dyan. Then list of projects. So ang problema, pag nag-start ka pa lang, wala pang project, pwede naman yung mga previous project mo as employed. Pwede naman, no? Na ikaw yung nagdala sa project. Then, of course, important is the contact information and address. So, I can still remember na first office ko nasa ilalim ng hagdan. And alam yan ni Engineer Chua na nung mabisita siya, nasa ilalim ng hagdan pa, si Rose Balanza, pumunta doon sa ilalim ng hagdan, maliit na opisina. So, doon ako nag-start. Then, next is we need to secure government permits. So, first is if you are sole proprietorship, you need to register sa Department of Trade and Industry. Okay? For the sole proprietorship. Then for sole corporation, partnership corporation, incorporation, foundation, etc. So you need to register at Security Exchange Commission. Yan po. So, yun sa akin, from the start, from 2013 to 2015, ang ginamit ko is Sulicar Engineering Review Center and Services. So, ang problema, yung mga maliliit lang, mga maintenance, may mga repair, yun ang mga project ko maliit. So, para ano lang, to survive lang, no? Sa mga expenses natin every day. Okay. Then, kumuha po tayo ng after sa SEC, or DTI, kumuha ka ng business permit. So anong kailangan? So kailangan po natin ng barangay certification and cedula from the barangay or in a city. Then Dolly, kailangan po natin. Then dapat kailangan po natin ng DTI kung na-register na ito sa DTI or sa SEC. Then of course, kailangan natin ng Bureau of Fire Protection certification. Okay. Then also we need Senro certification, yung proper disposal ng garbage sa office mo. Then next is the PhilHealth registration. So kailangan po ito ng mga empleyado natin. So PhilHealth, then pag may PhilHealth, Pag-ibig, then kung may Pag-ibig, then SSS registration. So hindi pwede na kung ang isang empleyado mo is PhilHealth lang, then pag PhilHealth lang, it will take kung after 5 years PhilHealth lang binayaran mo, malalaman ng Pag-ibig SSS. So kailangan mo bayaran mo from the yung hindi mo bayaran from previous 5 years na contribution mo. So dapat sabay-sabay itong tatlo: PhilHealth, Pag-ibig, SSS registration. Then of course, you need to register sa Bureau of Internal Revenue. So hindi pwede kasi pag nagnegosyo ka, may kita ka, kailangan natin ng bayad ng buwis ng government. Then we have, after approval of the business permit, then pwede na tayong mag-apply for printing of our receipts. So depende sa receipt, sales invoice, delivery receipt, ano pa mga receipt yan na kailangan po natin para sa ating business. Then of course, so ito yung yung government, so business permit. Pag in Davao kasi, kung mayroong, ang name is merong construction, so hindi pwede, no? Hindi pwede na kuha ka ng business permit pag walang pick-up license. So yan ang problema. So kumuha ko na ng SEC 2016, then 2017 po nagkuha ng business permit. Pero wala pa tayong pick-up yan sa 2017. So anong nangyari, yung line of services lang natin, yung mga maintenance, repairs. So hindi construction yung natin sa business permit. Kaya binigyan tayo ng business permit. And also sa sales, kasama na po yung sales. Then pagkatapos, kumuha po, then you need to get the pickup. So may mga requirements. Kumuha ako ng pickup kasi yung 2016 yung SIC registration, then ang business permit is 2017. So yung pickup po natin 2018. So nagkaroon po tayo ng penalty sa pickup. So nagbayad po tayo ng penalty kasi mayroong sila nakita na nangontrata po tayo, may penalty po. Nagbayad po tayo ng penalty. Prior sa kumuha ng pickup, dapat ikaw as owner, dapat mag-seminar ka ng Authorized Managing Officer, or that is AMO. So you need an AMO certificate. We have the COSH, yung safety certificate. So dapat kumuha ka dito. Then we have the NBI clearance, then passport size ID picture. So your TIN number, then SH number, then your curriculum vitae. Of course, your marital status and name of spouse kung meron man, kung if you are not single. Next. Okay. For pickup requirements for single proprietorship, DTI certificate. Then for the partnership, kailangan po natin article of partnership, so sa SEC. Then for the sole and corporation, kailangan po natin ng articles of incorporators. Then we have the latest general information sheet or GIS. So kaya nga, kung kumuha ka ng business permit, so kailangan mo ng latest general information sheet. So ang problema, ka-start ko lang, kaya ka kumuha ka ng business permit para mag-start ng negosyo. Problema, wala kang latest general information sheet. So dapat, if you are kung gusto mong establish ng own business, kailangan mo ng pareho sa ginawa ko na magkaroon tayo ng line of services na hindi about construction para after 1 year meron tayong latest general information sheet. Okay? Then additional requirements for single proprietorship and partnership and corporation. Of course, kailangan natin ng latest original with audited financial statement. Then we have the SSS certificate of registration. Then PhilHealth certificate of registration. Then Pag-ibig certificate of registration. Then kailangan po natin list of receivables if any, list of inventories if any, then bank certificate original copy. Yung kanina, yung sinabi ni previous speaker po natin, si Engineer Garcia, so na-mention niya kanina yung ibang mga if we become a entrepreneur. Okay. Then we have the additional requirements, transportation, OR, and CR for LTO if any. So yung mga vehicle mo, so dapat naka-ano mo sa yung OR, CR ng mga transportation vehicle for your company. Then we have the sales invoice, deed of sale of equipment if any. Then land-owned property na nakapangalan sa iyo. O if that is single proprietorship, if not, then nakapangalan sa company. Then land title. Then we have tax declaration. Then we have the deed of sale of if any. Okay. Now, so pickup categorization classification table based on the board resolution number 2201 series of 2017. So actually, we will not talk about more here. So yung mas magaling dito si Engineer, si Sir Art Escalante. But I will show to you the different type of category of pickup license. So for a quadruple A, that is one. This is your minimum net worth equity. So ano to? 1 billion. Then for the Triple A, 180 million. For double A, 90 million. Then for A, 30 million. Then for B, 10 million. So yung pickup license po natin dito, nasa B po tayo, no? Kasi wala pa tayong nagpa 5 years. So I need to upgrade, no, in the future up to this level. So nasa B po tayo ngayon. Then we have C, 6 million. Then D is 2 million. Now for the specialty contractor, so ito po yung mga level po natin. No? So for electrical, special work po tayo, electrical work, ito po, SP-EE electrical work. Then yung kung start tayo, kung sa small business, 100,000 for the trade. So trade A. So ang problema nag-start po tayo dito, no ng 100,000. Yung 2018 nang na-approve tayo ng pickup, trade A po tayo 2018. So hindi tayo last yung 2017 kasi hirap tayo magbuo ng 100,000. So kaya 2018 po tayo nag-ipon po tayo ng 100,000 para mayroon tayong evidence na for this category. Okay. Then, if you are involved in the government projects, kumuha tayo ng PhilGIPs. So ito po yan. Sa PhilGIPs, mayroon 2 types, red and platinum membership. Sa red, limitado rin yung project. Then, ang advice ko sa inyo, kumuha tayo ng platinum membership para mas malaki yung coverage ng project. Then, platinum membership, business registration certificate, kailangan po natin DTI, we need SEC, we need CDA. Then we have mayor's or business permit or its equivalent document. We have tax declaration certificate pursuant to Executive Order number 398. Then, kailangan po natin pickup license and registration if applicable. Bakit if applicable? Kasi meron namang mga kumuha ng privileges for sa sales lang, no? Hindi sa construction. Then we have audited financial statement. We have sworn statement must be notarized. Then ang processing is working days is 2 to 3 days. And yung processing fee is 5,000 pesos. Yun po ang pag kumuha ka ng privileges. So sa company po namin, hindi po kami ang kumuha ng privileges. Mayroon tayong accountant na. So dati tayo yung nag-apply, ngayon meron tayong accountant na mag-apply for privileges. Okay. Now, ito yung sinasabi ko, no? Pag meron ka ng business permit, meron ka ng pickup, how to find construction projects. So, yung ginawa ko, nagpa-accredit po tayo ng mga different companies here in Davao City. Nagpa-accredit po tayo para kasama po tayo sa mga, kung mayroong bidding, padalan po tayo ng notice. So, then, next is look for an architect and civil engineer friends who are engaged in design and construction. Then present your portfolio. So ito yung ginawa natin, no? Yung mga kaibigan natin, kung may mga project sila, kahit maliit, pwede ba ibigay sa amin para at least makapag-start naman tayo, kahit maliit. Then ask your contractor friend that you are willing to be her subcontractor. So yun din ang ginawa ko, no? But be careful, mostly sa subcon, so mostly, no? So yung mga kaibigan natin na nag-subcon po tayo, hindi mayroon tayong bad experience, hindi po tayo binayaran ng main contractor. So dapat mag-ingat din tayo. So dapat mayroong kontrata if you are subcontracting a project in a main contractor. Then engage in product company presentation in certain meeting, conferences. So kailangan mo ng product presentation, yung sa UAP, sa mga architects, sa mga civil engineers, sa PICE. So kailangan mo nang mag-present, no? Kailangan mo mag-invest talaga. Then we have, halimbawa, mag-volunteer ka as technical speaker to show your expertise. So sa mga same yan po, UAP, PICE, PSME, or even in IIEE. Then we have sponsorship to gatherings of any professional organization. So kailangan mo mag-sponsor din. So kailangan para mag-company, ma-will known yung company as contractor. Then through social media, newspaper, and magazine. So ito yung ginawa po natin, social media, newspaper, and magazine. Nagkaroon po tayo ng subscription in a local newspaper para i-promote po natin yung company. Then of course, good relation with suppliers. So this is very important kasi pag may maganda kang relationship with the supplier, ito po yung tutulong sa iyo pag nangontrata ka. You know why? Because if there's kung wala kang collection ngayon, yung supplier naman yung papautang sa iyo para halimbawa pag 30% yung down payment, then kulang yung mo para maging 60%, yung supplier na ang magdagdag supplier na magsusupport sa iyo in order to accomplish a 60% accomplishment. Next. Then pagkatapos may na-award na, so kailangan mo ng, the most important is construction contract. Kailangan mo ng contract. Hindi pwede na walang kontrata. So dapat in every project mayroong kontrata para hindi ka dihado. Of course, kailangan mo ng bond and carry and insurances. So kailangan nito. Then yung carry, importante para sa mga empleyado natin, sa mga electricians, para sa safety po nila. Meron, kung may nangyayari sa kanila sa trabaho, mayroon tayong insurance. Then of course, kailangan muna ng down payment. So hindi pwede, kung marami ka ng pera, hindi pwede na hindi ka maghingi ng down payment. So dapat that is talaga, kailangan mo ng down payment para magkaroon ka ng makamobilize ka sa project. So, hindi pwede na may down payment ka 30%, bibili ka ng bagong sasakyan kasi mayroon kang down payment. Pag nag-start na yung project, wala na. Hindi ka na makamobilize. So, kailangan kasi yung technique ko, kung may down payment, halimbawa, yung profit ko is only 10%, so 30% of 10%, yun lang ang kukunin ko. So, hindi pwede na halos lahat ng 30% down payment, iwawaldas mo. Hindi pwede yan. So, kaya yung ibang contractor, hindi nakapagtapos ng isang project. Nagkaroon ng problema. Then, of course, we need project scheduling. Gumawa po tayo ng Gantt chart para on time po tayo, hindi tayo delay. Then, mobilize natin, mobilization. So, actually, yung construction stages, ano ko lang dito, mga important points during construction na. Then, purchase of materials. So, dati, ako pa yung nag-purchase ng materials. No? My first, yung transportation ko na is a multi-cab. Ipakita ko niya mamaya. Ako po yung nagdadrive. Ako po na pumunta ng hardware para bumili ng mga materials ko and deliver sa site. Then, yung sa personnel. So, yung mga personnel na ilagay mo dun sa site mo. We have project engineer, foreman, then warehouseman, and timekeeper. Then we have the assigned electricians. Kung sino yung ilalagay mo dyan sa project. Then, you need to make sure na lahat in place. Then we have part of the construction stages, site inspection. So, kailangan mo na mag-inspection. Ako mismo yung nag-site inspection para makita ko yung yung sitwasyon doon sa site. So, meeting with the personnel for proper layout. So, kailangan yung mga electrician ko, yung mga engineer, kailangan ko ng i-orient para yung tamang layout ng pipe. Hindi pwede na kasi minsan pag pinabayaan nating electrician, gumagawa ng ibang layout para lang hindi lang mahirapan. So we need to make a layout sa project para makasave po tayo ng materials. Then we have, of course, toolbox meeting to ensure the safety. Then we have attend site coordination meeting. So kailangan po natin para hindi buhol-buhol yung natin, yung mga ginagawa natin para well coordinated with the other trades. Then we have project monitoring. Pag na-set up na, tawag-tawag na lang, monitor. Then pag may problema, pumunta ka sa site, then you need to resolve the problem na encounter ng mga tao mo. Then of course, this is very important. Workmanship and quality control. So kailangan po natin workmanship kasi pag hindi maganda, malinis yung trabaho sa project mo, even though nasa ceiling yan, pero kailangan mo na in place in order po ay yung mga installation po natin. Then we have project accomplishment report. So kailangan po natin yan para magkaroon tayo ng progress billing. So para mo halimbawa 60%, so magkaroon ka ng project progress billing, then kasi kulang mo yung capital mo sa 30%, kailangan mo 60%. Yung sabi ko kanina, you need the backup or support from the supplier na magpautang sa iyo. Then we have the prior of the may mga changes of sa project. So may mga variation, may mga additive, deductive. Dapat hindi po tayo mag-proceed sa mga rectification kung walang approval. Kasi na biktima naman tayo dito, mayroong mga additional, dire-diretso lang, trabaho, walang approval, pagkatapos ng project, hindi po nababayad yung client. Then, next is the punch listing. Yung punch listing is very important na kita ng mga project management na mayroong of course, may mga problema sa mga installation mo. Then, pag may mga punch list sa trabaho ninyo, you need to rectify whatever the result from punch listing. So after that, submit tayo ng as-built drawings. So pagkatapos ng submit ng drawing, kasama na po yung operation manual, list of suppliers and contact numbers. Bakit po? Kasi yung mga ilaw po na kung damage sa yung ilaw after the warranty period, so yung owner na po yung tatawag dun sa supplier kasi mayroon kang contact number, or ikaw na po yung tawagan to buy a new one for the replacement. Then we have contractors contact information sa contractor po yan, no? Para in case na within the warranty period, so kayo po natawagan, or may mga additional project, kung maganda yung performance mo, then yung client po tatawag po sa inyo. Then we have project completion. Okay, so magbigay po tayo ng certificate of completion na tapos na po yung project within the duration period. Then we have the project turnover. Turnover po yan natin, proper turnover. Then we have issue, certificate of completion. So yung sinasabi ko kanina. Then of course, kumuha po tayo ng final billing pag okay nila, walang problema. Then usually yung last dito, yung retention. Yun ang usually retention, depende sa contract. Pwede 6 months, 1 year, kuha yung retention. Usually, yung retention, yun na po yung profit po natin. Yung retention, yung pag-ipit yung project. No? Pwede naman kuha ng insurance na for the retention para ma-release mo early yung retention mo. Pwede naman. Pero sa experience po namin, depende po sa contract. Kung after 1 year, doon namin kunin yung retention namin. Okay. So, ito po yung mga basic office management. So, kailangan mo ng office manager, human resource department, finance, accounting, accountant, bookkeeper. So, meron kaming accountant, meron din kaming bookkeeper na. Mga nag-outsource po kami ng bookkeeper, outsource ng accountant, accounting. Then we have marketing, technical, purchaser, inventory. Then meron po kaming legal counsel, legal assistant. So ito po yung basic office management. When I started the business, ito po yung mga trabaho ko. Exempt dito, legal assistant. So ako po yung office manager, ako po yung human resource, ako po nag-interview, ako yung finance manager, ako po yung accounting, ako po yung marketing, market, ako po yung sa technical, ako po yung purchaser, ako po yung inventory. So ito po yung nadaanan ko when I started the business sa construction. Then pag umasenso na, lumaki na yung business mo, dapat meron ka ng sariling mga tao dito, no, yung mini-mention ko. Okay, next. Then, after that, kung marami na tayong project, lumaki na yung negosyo, then, that's the time now, we have to acquire equipment and assets. So, we have transportation of materials. Pumili tayo ng mga sasakyan. Then, company medium of transportation. So, transportation of materials. So, dapat meron. Then, tools for the project. So, dapat, hindi pwede na mag-arkila ka lang. So, dapat mga tools natin, bumili tayo ng bago, no? Alam na natin kung ano yung mga gamit for electrical projects. Then, acquisition of land for office and materials and storage. So, kailangan po natin, pag lumaki na tayo, kailangan natin ng lupa para magkaroon ng proper proper storage natin. So ngayon, yung company namin, meron kaming nabili na 1,000 square meter for the future warehouse, and meron kaming 200 square meter na dito within Davao City for our another warehouse storage. Then after that, expand your business nationwide. So pwede ka mag-expand in Cebu, Manila, or wherever in the Philippines. Then after that, kung may sobra pa tayong pera, nakaipon tayo, pwede tayong mag-expand or venture new business. So yung ginawa po namin ngayon, bumili kami ng another lupa para to start a new other business. For example, may plano na mag-start tayo ng gasoline station and a mini mart. Then, this is very important, CSR, community, anong tawag dito? CSR. So, kailangan natin ng outreach program. So, yung ginawa ng company, meron nagbigay kami ng mga last March, community social responsibility. So, community social responsibility, yung ginawa po namin, nag-outreach program po kami, nagbigay kami ng 5 kilos each family for 400 families. So, as part of the community social responsibility. And ito po yung importante sa baba. The most important is dapat is always maintain a good health. So, di pwede na marami ka ng pera, painom-inom na lang, walang tulog sa inuman, pagkatapos hindi naman binantay yung health natin. So the most important, dapat ano kayo, 6 months, depende sa kung sa edad na 6 months or every 6 months or every 1 year, magkaroon kayo ng executive check-up. Yun po importante. Okay, ito po yung first project namin, no? Humble beginning of small project. So dito po, ito po yung replacement of a panel board. Ang project po dito is 50,000 labor and materials, no? So 50,000 50,000 pala yung panel board, then plus labor pa. So nasa ano siguro yun, mga 80,000. So ito po yung start ng project namin. Ito po yung ay 30,000 project. Okay? So ito yung ano namin, naglagay kami ng meters naglagay kami ng meter sa isang gymnasium ng eskwelahan, no? Ang contract namin is 90,000 plus mayroon pang naghingi, no? So the remaining na lang yung budget is 25,000. Bumili pa ako ng metro, bumili pa ako ng materials, nagbayad pa ako ng mga electrician, then tinulungan po ako ni Gov Edgar Igwe. Ito po siya, no? Tinulungan po ako kasi dati wala pa akong tao, so siya yung tinatawagan ko, no? No, pwede bang maghiram ng tao para install po to. So, ang nangyari, yung project nito sa 90,000, mayroong wala po akong kita dito, no? Nagbayad pa ako ng tax kasi nag-issue ako ng receipt. So, yan po, no? Yun po nag-start po tayo. So, ito po yung project na isang planta, ako po yung nag-present, no? Mayroon kami kong partner. Ako po yung nag-present sa design. Pagkatapos, yung na-approve yung project, ang sabi niya, labor lang daw ako, hindi ako kasama sa project, hindi kasama ako. So, ito yung ginawa namin. So, tabla lang din. So, right now, ito po yung ongoing projects namin, 9-story building with mall and mixed-use building. So, if you can imagine, nag-start po tayo ng 50,000 project, yung mga service entrance. So, ito po yung 9-story. If you can imagine, 7 sets of 250 mm square, that is 75 meters, para sa papunta doon sa expansion ng main distribution panel of the new building. Then, aside from that, mga 200 meters na 7 sets na going to the mechanical load. So, yun po ang project namin. Then, sa 9-story building, supposed to be, gamit po tayo ng busway. So, problema, ang client will mayroong history sa busway, hindi na approve. So, gumamit po kami ng copper wire. Then we have the 5-story mall. So, ito yung project, ongoing project. We have 4-story private school building, 3-story residential building. So, car office and showroom. We have 2-story residential building. We have 10-story commercial and residential building. We have 10 project sites conducting power quality analysis. Isa po yung mall. Conduct kami ng power quality analysis. Then, outsourcing projects in Australia. So, ito po yung pinag-abalahan namin ngayon. from the humble beginning, from small project. So I'm not showing na nagmamayabang tayo. Hindi, I'm just encouraged sa mga gusto engage in construction business. So kailangan lang natin no magtiyaga. So para umabot po tayo ng ganito. No, hindi, I'm not saying na successful po tayo, pero within 4 years or almost 5 years, ito na yung naabot natin. Hopefully, malayo pa yung ano natin journey. So we will just ano lang na I will just yung kami po, yung sa company po namin, para ma-maintain lang namin, magtulungan po kami, no? Okay. So ito yung dati yung maliit na project, ito na yung mga project namin. So ito po yung call center project. It's a 6-story building, call center. So ito po yung office namin ngayon, no? Pakita ko lang, no? Kasi to encourage you na from sa ilalim ng hagdan, ito na po yung ano namin, office. Then ito po yung part ng office. Dito po yung mga taga-IE, si Engineer Trucio bumisita po sa atin, yung si BPI din doon, si BPA Technical, si Treasurer and National Treasurer, and also yung si Governor, no, ng Governor ng Northern Luzon. So ulitin ko, hindi tayo nagpabayag. Ipakita ko lang natin na nag-start po tayo ng 2017. Ito po yung naabot po natin, no? So ito po yung transportation po sa company po namin ngayon. So hindi pa namabot ng 5 years. So pareho lang yan, pareho ng networking. Hindi pwede na nagsasalita ka lang, walang evidence. So you need to show your evidence para convincing naman. So, yung sinasabi ko kanina, ito yung Suzuki na multicab, ito yung dinadrivean ko pa, no? Nagbumili ng materyales para sa project. Okay? So, ito po yung blue, binili ng company para sa as car plan. Binigay ko ng libre doon sa project engineer ko, yung pinakauna kong engineer. And new acquired, no? Kasi ito po yung boom truck, bumili kami ng bago para used car. Bumili kami para to expand our business in line services kasi we are engaged. Papasok kami sa project in Double Power Company. Then ito po ay naka-reserve na. Yung project ko is Isuzu, yung showroom. So yung may ex-deal po kami sa may-ari na may retention po tayo, ito po yung ex-deal po namin. So as part of the company transportation. Okay? So in conclusion, construction business is a lot of hard work, especially if you start from the very beginning, then you need to comply all the government permits and requirements in order to be a legitimate construction firm and not by fly-by-night. It is very important that we'll follow the right path in doing business, and we have to ensure that the vision and mission of the company will gain on the expected time. So kasi yung mga iba nagiging contractor kasi may mga kakilala na mga sa purchaser, may kakilala sa gobyerno, parang shortcut yung nagiging contractor. Nag-start po tayo from the scratch. So that's why I'm very proud to share to you my experience na as electrical contractor right now. And that's all, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Maraming salamat for inviting me to Governor Buriga, of course, our national president, headed by our National President Engineer Feliciano Padua, and of course the rest of the national officers. Maraming salamat po and good afternoon.
Thank you so much po. Engineer Solicar, could we still entertain like 3 questions po, sir?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, all right, let's check. Please type in your questions using our chat box. Dito naman po sa ating on-site attendees, please approach the microphone over there. Or just raise your hand po. Any question about starting a construction business? All right, so if there be none, sir, we would like to present this certificate of appreciation to you. This certificate of appreciation is presented to Engineer Joseph Darren Claire S. Solicar for his time, valuable insights, and expertise shared as resource speaker on the topic about how to start a construction firm during the 8th IIEE Metro Manila Regional Conference Hybrid Edition with the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, held on August 4 to 6, 2022, given the 6th day of August 2022, via Zoom video conferencing. Signed po, our dear officers. Once again, sir, maraming salamat po.
Meron question, no? Pwede ko lang itanong, no? Kasi magkano doon yung capital? So, for me, yung capital po wala po tayong capital. No? To be honest, wala po tayong capital. Trust and confidence lang yung sa client. Nag-down payment ng 30%, as I mentioned, meron kayong good relationship with the supplier. So, yun na po, tuloy-tuloy. No? So, kailangan mo ng dapat trust and confidence ang importante para magkaroon po tayo ng project. Thank you.
Sir, once again, maraming salamat po. All right. So there you have it, guys. Our technical sessions. Congratulations on earning 21, right? A total of 21 CPD points. Okay. So we are now going to have a short closing ceremony, but focusing on awarding of our Sports Fest overall champion, as well as some messages. But before that, we are going to acknowledge our generous sponsors. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 8th IIEE Metro Manila Regional Conference with the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery.
I am gratified to be standing right before you all today as we witness this much awaited 8th Metro Manila Regional Conference in the new normal.
Though everyone has been incredibly resilient during pandemic, our national and chapter officers work hard to serve our members nationwide and in foreign countries.
The electrical engineers play a vital role in ensuring the safety of our buildings and our homes.
But not forgetting our mandate to help our community by practicing and educating them about electrical safety.
This momentous event simply paved the way for us to reunite and meet and greet everyone.
This event is nothing but a living testament of our drive to empower our members as we spur meaningful regional conference as an avenue in expanding the mental horizon of our electrical practitioners towards innovation and adopting the best technological practices.
Rest assured that the Quezon City government will remain your strong partner in ensuring electrical safety and in protecting one of the most reliable pillars of our nation's well-being, our electrical engineers.
We may not be perfect, but it is our differences which makes us distinctive and powerful in upholding the integrity of the electrical profession. Congratulations again, Metro Manila Region. Bind us together, bind us forever. Mabuhay po ang Metro Manila.
Welcome back, everyone. We are now going to have our closing ceremony to formally conclude the 8th IIEE Metro Manila Regional Conference. Ayan, bago ang lahat, palakpakan niyo po ang inyong mga sarili. Okay, and so without further ado, to give us an appreciation message, please welcome the host chapter president, no other than Engineer Mark Gerald Santiano.
Very good afternoon, everyone. Maraming salamat. Survive natin yung MMRC natin. Pero hindi lang Metro North ang may gawa dito. So, on behalf of the Metro North officers, guys, una naman tayo. Pati ang MMR officers, please, punta tayo sa gitna. Nasa si Gracie. Nasa si Gracie. Sarah. Go. Okay. Arwin. Lalo na po sa nasa online and audience here, ito po yung mga mukha ng taong nakatulong para ma-develop ang MMRC. Pag wala sila, hindi natin mabubuto. So maraming salamat sa kanila. At salamat din po sa mga sponsors na tumutulong sa atin. Sana po continue support MMR. See you the next on the 9th MMR again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Santiano. And of course, to all our
Brian.
officers, our national, regional, and chapter officers, as well as our delegates, of course. It wouldn't be possible without you as well. Siyempre naman, ang ating ever-generous sponsors. Ayan.
Nandito pa ba yung mga sponsors natin? Kung sino yung nandito pa, please join us on the front. Gab Francis, Sir Arwin, Sir Jimmy, baka gusto yung sa unahan. One MMR. Sir Jimmy, habol po message.
Katrabaho pa. Magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. Thank you sa Metro North at sa lahat na for successful event. So yung host na next year, lahat ng tiga Metro Manila. So maganda for your support to our Metro Manila Regional Conference. Magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat.
Thank you, sir.
Dito tayo rito. Dito ka.
Once again, thank you so very much to all the people, the key persons who took a great part in this event. And of course, we would like to acknowledge the chairman of the PRC Board of Electrical Engineering, Honorable Francis V. Mapile, as well as a member of the PRC Board of Electrical Engineering, Honorable Jaime V. Mendoza. Ayan, please don't go away yet because we're actually going to give away major prizes this afternoon. We'll be giving away smartwatches, tower fans, electric scooter, and a 50-inch smart TV. Ayan. And to formally declare the closing of this regional conference, we have here the Metro Manila Regional Governor, no less than Engineer Orville John M. Borrega.
Hi, good evening. Good evening. Andiyan pa kayo? Okay, I have a short message before my final act. I would like to thank you yung mga licensed electrical practitioners, distinguished guests and delegates, valued sponsors, fellow regional governors, IIE national officers, Board of Electrical Engineers, and friends. I would like to personally thank the host chapter, Metro North chapter. Yeah, please give yourself a hand up close. It's officers and chapters like Metro West chapter, Metro South chapter, Metro Central chapter, Metro East chapter, and its officers and its various committees. Thank you to all of you. To the Metro Manila chapter presidents, Engineer John Trosio of Metro West, Engineer Sunny Banaag of Metro East, Engineer Bueno Ferrer of Metro Central, Engineer Verel Idos of Metro South. Thank you to all of you. And of course, my chapter president, Engineer Mark Gerald Santiano of the 8th Metro Manila Regional Conference Host Chapter. My special thank to you. After numerous days and nights preparing this conference, including various sports and seminars leading to today's event, it was indeed a success, worth noting for. So, machi-cherish natin siya ng mahaba. Of course, yung Metro North chapter, yung mga deputy govs ko, si Steve Melendres, Metro South chapter deputy gov, si Sir Charles Simpson, Metro East deputy gov, si Raiden Sericos, Metro West deputy gov, Bac Abella, and of course, Metro Central Deputy Gov Roel Cabenes. Thank you for the support, and of course, my Secretary General, Sir Engineer Ed Feliciano. My appreciation to your invaluable service for the love of MMR. To all those who are not mentioned here, my salute and hats off to you. On this regard, I am now calling this 8th Metro Manila Regional Conference officially closed.
Thank you so very much, Engineer Borrega. Ayan. The regional conference is now officially closed. And now, the much-awaited raffle draw. Siyempre, mamimigay muna tayo ng mga minor prizes. Starting off with our online participants. Again, online participants. And again po, you have to be here, guys. You have to be online in order for you to be qualified to our prizes. Otherwise, forfeited. First prize to be given away, not yet the grand prize, a professional practice manual. And the winner is we have Mr. Raul Montero, Revoltar. Congratulations. Let us check. Yes, congratulations, Raul Revoltar. Next prize, an IIEE metal sticker. We have Jobel Refugia de los Reyes. Congratulations. And the person is online. Ayan. Congratulations po. Next prize, an IIEE cap. And we have engineer Ramel Francisco. No, not online, so we have to pick another winner. And the winner is no less than Micah Roof Gleam U. Not online, another winner please. We have Rodolfo Pablo Alcantara. Yes, congratulations, Pablo Alcantara Rodolfo Jr. All right. Next prize, a pressure washer. And the lucky winner is Apolinario Navea Coronado. Yes? Online, congratulations, Apolinario. You've just won a pressure washer. Next prize, a coffee maker. We have Eric Landicho Pasha. Wow, ang bilis ng ating mga tech support. Congratulations, Eric. The coffee maker is yours. To our online participants, please don't go away yet. We are going to give away 2 Buds Light and a smartwatch. So let's go to our on-site participants for the minor prizes. First prize to be given away, a professional practice manual. And the winner is, please raise your hand po to be recognized. The winner is I think this is the 2021 edition of the practice manual. Congratulations. Denia Faye Villanueva, are you with us? Miss Villanueva, in 5. Please raise your hand. 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have to pick another winner. Are you the winner, Ivan Manadong? There you go. Please raise your hand. Okay, sir. Congratulations po and to award. Here is our host chapter president. May we request an officer to please award the prize to our winner? Ayan, our host chapter president, Engineer Santiano. Again, for our major prizes, tower fan, an electric scooter, guys, Buds Light, smartwatches, and a 50-inch smart TV. Congratulations once again, Sir Manadong. Next, IIEE metal sticker. We have Mr. Romel Tasara. Raise your hand, please. In 5, 4. Romel Tasara, 3, 2, 1, and are you the winner? Elmer Anthony Tuazon. Raise your hand. There you go. Congratulations, sir. Parang malungkot si sir kasi hindi niya nakuha yung grand prize. Congratulations po, and to award, we have here again the host chapter president, Engineer Santiano. Congratulations to Elmer Anthony Tuazon. By the way, guys, our major prizes nga pala ay courtesy of Xiaomi. Xiaoyu. An IIE cap. And we have, let's draw the winner. Give an IIE cap, Mr. John Reyes Trosho. Sir, baka naman. Sir, baka naman. Congratulations, Sir Trosho. Wave. Wave. Wala, nasukat na eh. Nabinyagan na eh. And now, the winner of our pressure washer from our on-site attendees. Isa pa ba? Baka sa online po yan, sir, kasi isa lang po. Winner of our pressure washer is... Please raise your hand, Ariel Arcega. Please raise your hand in 5. There you go. Congratulations. Congratulations po. To present, we have the Metro East President, Engineer Sunny Banaag. Last minor prize, we have the coffee maker. You are a winner! Mr. Alberto Bilang, Sir Albert. Please raise your hand. And 5, Alberto bilang 4. 3, bilangan na. 2, sorry sir, 1. We have to pick another winner. Ay! Wait lang, nasa online po siya. Nag-raise po siya ng hand. Is that valid po? We have to ask our organizers. Approve! Okay. Sir, congratulations po. Meron ka ng unlimited dose of caffeine every day. You've just won a coffee maker! And with that, Sir Virgilio Arpiano, if you are here, please raise your hand. Because one of the major prizes will be yours in 5, 4, tulungan niyo ako magbilang, 3, 2, sayang naman sir, 1 ink, sorry. Okay. And participants, we're going to pick 2 winners again, dalawa po, 2 winners of Buds 3 Lite. Buds 3 Lite. And the first winner that is brought to us by Xiaomi once again, everyone. First winner, Buds 3 Lite, Mr. Jonas Cabansag Limbo. Are you with us? Unfortunately not. So we have to pick another winner. You are online. Conrado Santa Rosa Arevalo, unfortunately, yes. Yes? Yes, Dodgy Arevalo? No? Okay. Sorry, wrong person, wrong number. Please dial again. We have Mr. Michael Anthony Leon Clemente. Or sorry, De Leon Clemente. Are you with us? No, not either. I'm so sorry. We have to pick our rightful winner. Buds Light. Earbuds po. First winner of the earbuds. Ikaw na ba yan? Mr. Jose Francis Sabelio. No? Way? Aw, sayang naman. At dahil dyan, isa pang rolyo ng ruleta. Sir Bernardino de la Cruz Sarmiento, congratulations! Yes, verified. Next with same prize. Again, it's a pair of earbuds. Buds Free brought to us by Xiaomi. Congratulations. We hope you are online. Sir Amado Mascarina Slim. Yes, congratulations. Tama po ba? Yes, verified. Congratulations po, Sir Lim. Now, before we announce our grand prize winner for our online attendees, let's go back to our on-site attendees. Ito yung nasayang kanina. Smartwatch. Let's draw the winner. Brought to us by Xiaomi. The winner is no less than Yes! Congratulations, sir. Kayo talaga nakatadhana yan. And to present, here is our Metro East Chapter President, Engineer Sunny Banaag. Yes, a smartwatch. Congratulations, Sir Angelo Nicolas. Next prize, the Smart Tower Fan, still brought to us by Xiaomi. Please raise your hand, Mr. Saturnino Palen. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sorry, sir. Next winner. Please raise your hand, Mr. Haran Amador. Yes, congratulations. At 2%, we have once again the Metro West Chapter President Engineer John Registrosio, and with, of course, with the Metro East Chapter President Engineer Sunny Banaag. Next, two winners. Again, two winners of our Bus 3 Light among our on-site attendees. First winner is congratulations, Rene Boy Hukutan. Please raise your hand. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nasad. Okay, we have to pick another winner. I hope ikaw na yan, Sir Borhel Idos! Sir, yung... Congratulations, sir! You've won a pair of earpods. Congratulations. Wala lang nag-present. Siya na yung kumuha himself. Ayan, photo ops po muna. And then we're going to draw another winner of the same prize. To our online attendees, nagkakagulo na po rito. Okay. Another winner of the same prize. Up. Sir Jory Severino Nonales, please raise your hand. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm sorry. We're sorry. Let's draw another winner. Please raise your hand. Eusebio Pascual Rosakia Jr. Please raise your hand, sir. Ayun, congratulations po. A pair of earpods. To present the award, here are our officers. Miss Three prizes to be given away. A Xiaomi electric scooter 3 Lite, another smartwatch, and our grand prize, the 50-inch smart TV. Let's pick the winner first for the electric scooter. But before that, let's give the floor to our sports tournament committee head to award our overall champion. Please welcome Engineer John Registracio.
Sound check. Hey, kamusta kayo? Okay pa ba kayo dyan? Hep, hep! Alright, thank you so much sa lahat ng nagstay dito sa ating venue in Novotel. Palakpakan natin ang bawat isa. Okay, and this time we would like to award the champion and those who took part particularly in preparing the sports activities natin for the MMR na naganap nitong nakalipas. Okay? And we did a lot of events. Meron tayong golf, meron tayong badminton, table tennis, chess, what else? Meron tayong basketball, volleyball, okay? And meron tayong practical shooting, okay? So for those who are not able to join this year, we encourage you to join us also even this coming ANC sometime in November. Okay? So let me first ask all the committee members ng ating MMR Sports Fest to be here in front para ma-recognize natin kayo. We have Engineer Brian Borromeo, Engineer Angelo Binicolas, Engineer James Michael Santos from Metro West, and those from other chapters, please stand up. And Arwin, okay. Press Mark, please help me. And the other presidents to call on the sports committee members from your chapter, please. From other chapters, Press Vergel Idos, Leili Pata is here with us. Engineer Manadong, okay. Thank you so much for your efforts, okay. Dahil dyan, iuwi nyo na yung prize natin. Ano lang muna, picture taking, okay? And let me just get the file kung saan nakasave yung ating mga winners. Pres Vergel Idos of Metro South. Who else? Apologies if hindi ko ma-mention yung name nyo, but please be in front. Okay, so last July 31 we did a championship ng basketball natin and the awarding during the time and then for this time around we are going to award the champion for the volleyball team. Okay? But before we do that, tawagin muna natin yung MVP for volleyball from Metro South Chapter, Engineer Lawrence Dichoso. MVP ng ating volleyball team. Wow. Most valuable player. Okay. I-recognize natin. Just stay here in front
Engineer Dichoso, and of course the mythical six, okay, ng ating valuable team. Let me call on congratulations to Engineer Ivan Balmes, and of course Sir Lawrence na isa din sa mythical six. We have Engineer Ronnie Jordan. Talagang pag Jordan talaga sports minded and athletic. Okay, Engineer Pike Regondola, Engineer Leili Pata, woohoo! And Engineer Archie Enchano of Metro West. Okay, kaway-kaway kung if you are online. And of course, also we would like to award the best spiker. Spiker. Ito yung mga malakas tumalon at pumalo. Congratulations to the best spiker, Engineer Ivan Balmes. Whew. Lumilipad ito pag pumalo. And the best mid laner, Ronnie Jordan. The best server, Robert Venosa. Galing. And the best receiver from Metro West, Christine Joy Pia. Okay. And of course, obviously, because all the winners are from this chapter, the champion for the volleyball team, the volleyball event, congratulations, Metro South Chapter. Players, please be in front for the picture taking. Sabi nila, picture para may remember. Congratulations. Congratulations. Miss Gracie, are we ready yet? 1 MMR. So, maghanda na daw po tayo for the next year. Metro Central, Metro West, Metro East, Metro South, Metro North. Okay? Metro South Chapter, please also remain because you are the winner for the badminton. Ayan na. First runner-up, congratulations as well. Where's the other one of this? Tatlo dapat ito. Okay. Gracie. Kwapa. Ayan na. Nando kay Gracie. Gracie is just getting the trophies straight from the warehouse. Okay, let me just get my file here. Metro. We have basketball, volleyball, badminton, table tennis, practical shooting, bowling, ayun pala hindi ko nabanggit kanina, chess, and the golf tournament. Okay? For the basketball champion, although inaward na natin ito nung nakaraan, we would like to mention that the champion for basketball, both for millennials and Gen X Division, congratulations, Metro East Chapter. Okay, and for volleyball, of course, Metro South. For badminton, the champion, of course, is Metro. Oh yeah, okay, picture lang muna. Basketball. Okay. Okay. For badminton, of course, the champion is the host chapter president headed by Engineer Mark Gerald L. Santiano. Magaling mag-badminton yan. Kahit nakapikit. And for table tennis, the champion is Metro Central chapter. For practical shooting, Metro East chapter. For bowling, Metro East chapter. For chess, Metro South chapter. Wow, congratulations. And for golf, Metro East chapter. Tracy? Okay na, Gracie. Ayan na pala. Told you. Straight from the warehouse. So, madadagdagan naman ang mga tropeyo ng bawat chapter sa kanilang mga office. They display for 1 whole year with the bragging rights. Ayan na. Okay, we are going to award first the second runner-up for the overall tournament. Okay, winner. Congratulations, Metro Central Chapter. The second runner-up. Yes. Metro Central, please. Metro Central Chapter President Engineer Bueno Ferrer Jr. or also known as Jun Ferrer from Mariano Marcos, Ilocos Norte. Okay. Lakay. I've learned earlier na pag lalaki at Ilocano ang tawag ay lakay. Pag babae ang tawag ay bakit. Tama? Okay. Just earlier, bakit? Bakit ngayon ka lang? Congratulations once again, the second runner-up, Metro Central Chapter. Ano ito? Practical shooting. Wala. Thank you so much, Metro Central. And the first runner-up for the overall tournament winner, congratulations to Metro West Chapter. Woo-hoo. Officers and members who are here, please. Thank you so much. Atin yun. From Mindanao.
Mindanao State University, Engineer John Trosio.
Okay. Siyempre, kailangan nating parangalan ang overall champion. Sila po ang nag-champion sa bowling. Sila ang nag-champion sa practical shooting. Sila ang nag-champion sa basketball. Okay? Practical shooting muna. Okay, so we would like to award Metro East Chapter for being the champion for the practical shooting, of course. led and organized by the President Engineer Sani Banag, the marksman. Ang school ni Sani, alam ko na, MCU? CCP. Central Colleges of the Philippines, located in Ortigas. Individual award, Tyro Division. Third place goes to Mark Joseph Escartin of Metro West Chapter. Are you around? Yung VP technical natin, Engineer Arniel De Vera will get the prize for Engineer Escartin. Tyro. Yung Tyro, ano ba yung Tyro? First timer. Okay. So entry level. First runner-up for Tyro competition. Congratulations to the Deputy Governor of Metro South Chapter Engineer Charles Singson from SMEDD. And the champion for Tyro Division, congratulations to Jerome Atienza, Metro South Chapter, considered as expert. Wow, expert. Galing. Practical shooting. Okay. Ano pa? Thank you, Sir Charles. Congratulations. Champion yon, yung si Jerome Atienza. Okay, what else? Production Division. Ano naman ito, Sir Angelo, yung Production Division? What's this?
Gun with a caliber of 9mm, pistol without optics. So, 17 rounder.
17 rounder. Okay. Congratulations. Heronimo. Ba, talagang bumabaril. Heronimo. Arta. Congratulations, engineer. Metro East Chapter. Calling VP internal. Rob Junicio of Metro East Chapter. Second runner-up, Bricks Javier, Metro East Chapter. Ba? Ang dami bumabaril sa Metro East. Congratulations to the champion of Production Division. Congratulations. Baka nagkabaliktad lang yung trophies. But we are going to award now the champion of the Production Division, 17 rounder. Wala. Missing yung ating champion, yes. Metro East pa rin. Engineer Francis Sumage. Ayun. Of Metro East Chapter. Ba? Metro East. Okay. All right, for practical shooting, the second runner-up, congratulations to Metro South Chapter. Metro South, headed by Engineer Pres Vergel Idos and Engineer Charles Singson. Okay. Okay na. Nagkamaliktad lang, okay. So let's check the trophies later. But for picture taking purposes, let's do this. Metro East muna. After po nito, if you'd like to move around, bukas po ang gateway. Bukas po ang Araneta Center and everything around this place. Oops. Okay, and the team winner for the first runner-up, congratulations to Metro South. Metro South na. Metro South chapter. Tinawag na natin kanina. Congratulations, Metro South chapter for being the second runner-up for the practical shooting. Saan yung iba? Once again, for those who are still connected online, we still have 258. Maraming salamat po sa inyong participation since day 1. Okay, when we did our virtual hybrid Metro Manila Regional Conference. This is the 8th MMR conference hosted by no other than Metro North chapter. And now the first runner-up, congratulations, Metro West chapter, headed by our VP Technical Engineer Arniel A. De Vera, and of course Angelo B. Nicolas from Ilocos, and one from Pangasinan. Sandali, sama ako. Okay. And of course, the champion, obviously we have Metro East chapter. Press Sunny, sample naman dyan. Sample. Totoo na yan. Congratulations, Metro East chapter, for being one of the enthusiasts, okay? Gun enthusiast of safe gun handling. Tama bang tawag doon? Gun handling. Okay. Overall na. Na-award na natin yung individual overall, no? Na-award na natin yung individual overall. Na-award na. So, for the overall champion ng ating 2022 MMR Sports Event, congratulations once again. Palakpakan po natin, Metro East Chapter. Whew! Grabe. Ang daming magagaling na players sa Metro East Chapter. Yung Metro East Chapter po, ang hawak po nilang area ay Rizal, Antipolo, Pamarisan, Pasig, Marikina, Rizal, at Antipolo. Yun. Okay, Pamarisan. Alright, let me call back in yung ating MC, Franz, to continue on with the raffle prizes. Thank you so much.
Ayan, thank you so much po, Engineer Trosio. And once again, congratulations po to all our winners. We are now ready to draw our winners. Are we? On-site po muna. So, we'll be giving away this Xiaomi electric scooter 3 Lite from Xiaomi, of course. To our online attendees kasi meron pa po tayong grand prize na ito draw. So the winner of our scooter is quick your hand, Mr. Vito El Mito Donghit. Please count with me. 5, 4, 3, 2, wala na, 1, ink. Isa pa. Taas agad kamay, ha? Yes, electric scooter. Itaas ng iyong kamay. Mr. John Labogin. Sir, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ink. Isa pa. Sayang naman. Scooter na to, oh. Congratulations, Nevin Gimlata Sara. Raise your hand. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bakit 4 pa lang may nag-ink na? Ink. Sorry. Roll yung ruleta. Ito po ang ating tumataginting na premyo. You are the winner, Mr. Marlon Habon. Ay, ang galing nga. Parang nanalo rin siya kahapon. Congratulations, sir. Ang galing naman. Congratulations, sir. Sir, maraming salamat. Congratulations po. Maraming salamat kasi diretso na po yan doon sa parking. Char. On-site pa rin po. Now, the winner of our 50-inch Smart TV from Xiaomi. To our online at budraw pa po tayo ng inyong grand prize. So please wait. Okay. Our grand prize winner is... Drum roll, drum roll. Itaas ang kamay, isama ng tiba. Congratulations! Tyron Gico! Oh my gosh, he's here! 4, 3, 2. Congratulations, sir! Grabe naman. At ito natin, i-verify natin. Tyron Gico. Okay. Tama. Legal. Congratulations, sir! Before po natin i-announce ang ating grand prize winner sa ating online attendees, see you po sa 47th Annual National Convention on November 10 to 12 at SMX Convention Center, Mall of Asia, Pasay City. This has been Friends Julie, your host. So, let's pick our grand prize winner for our online attendees. will be taking home a smartwatch, courtesy of Xiaomi. Congratulations, Marvin Garcia Adra. Are you with us? Yes, congratulations, Marvin Garcia Adra. Once again, thank you so much po for your cooperation, and this has been the 8th IIEE Metro Manila Regional Conference. This is all.
Champagne's popping tonight. The DJ played a record and it makes the
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 8th IIEE Metro Manila Regional Conference with the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery.
I am gratified to be standing right before you all today as we witness this much-awaited 8th Metro Manila Regional Conference in the new normal.
Though everyone has been incredibly resilient during pandemic, our national and chapter officers work hard to serve our members nationwide and in foreign countries.
The electrical engineers play a vital role in ensuring the safety of our buildings and our homes.
But not forgetting our mandate to help our community by practicing and educating them about electrical safety.
This momentous event simply paved the way for us to reunite and meet and greet everyone.
This event is nothing but a living testament of our drive to empower our members as we spur meaningful regional conference as an avenue in expanding the mental horizon of our electrical practitioners towards innovation and adopting the best technological practices.
Rest assured that the Quezon City government will remain your strong partner in ensuring electrical safety and in protecting one of the most reliable pillars of our nation's well-being, our electrical engineers.
We may not be perfect, but it is our differences which makes us distinctive and powerful in upholding the integrity of the electrical profession. Congratulations again, Metro Manila Region. Bind us together, bind us forever. Mabuhay po ang Metro Manila.